ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, We have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story has always been the Wexer. It's the people who work here who put the we in Wex. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "We got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at Wex.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your...
Being digitally at the top of their game often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
Support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms.
Check 1, 2, check. Check 1, ladies and gentlemen, check. Check 1, check. Ladies and gentlemen, in a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with proceedings here. Day 2 of Mlds 20 known from yesterday. Proceedings in Hall 1 start a little earlier than Hall 2 and 3. we'll be kickstarting with our very first special speaker session from 10 a.m. We request everybody to have their tea and their coffee and be here by 9:45, 9:50 so that we can kickstart our session on time. Thank you so much. Kickstart our session on time. Thank you so much. Looking forward to a great, great day.
To give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner. Relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and set bold ambitions and target us experience the power, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs, It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
It doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences and delivery for our clients, or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms.
Check.
Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth
Check
management,
1, 2, check.
retail and commercial banking, asset management,
Ladies and gentlemen,
exchanges,
we have our
insurance,
AIM Media House mascot who has entered Auditorium 1. We'll soon have a contest as to what we should name the person. But just like our mascot has entered Auditorium 1, we request everybody, there are some people who are still standing behind. Please do come forward, take your seats, fill up the seats which are right here in front of the stage, the red ones.
Our team at Synchron is
In a very should be listening to. It's going to be fun. It's going to be enriching, enlightening, and extremely insightful. Navigating the path enterprise AI assistance by the head of R&D and Platform at Mathco, Saurav Banerjee, will be Auditorium 1 here at this wonderful location, Nimans Convention Center. Please do come forward, take your seats, especially fill up the seats, which are the red ones, right here in front of the stage. In a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with proceedings of Day 2 of MLDS 2025, ladies and gentlemen.
Reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems.
Check.
Build for the future.
The photography team is requested to come near the stage because this is a great photo op moment with the mascot, obviously. So the photography team is requested to come near the stage, please.
Certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Mascot sir, please. I wish we could give him a mic, but
Even before the world could start talking.
I've been taking lessons as to what language this person speaks. And how was MLDS Day 1 for you?
Happy, full happy.
Oh, you have learnt English. How?
Yeah, hi.
AI. AI taught you English. Nice, not bad. What else did AI teach you?
Food.
What kind of food?
All kind of food.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's great to talk to you. Please keep entertaining our crowd as well throughout MLDS Day 2 and Day 3. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our mascot here, please? Thank you so much. All 3 days, I mean, of course the mascot, but we know the person who's inside as well. Sometimes it gets very heated up for them, so they definitely do deserve a lot of round of applause. And if there is one section of the crowd that deserves all the round of applause possible, that is you guys. What an amazing, amazing Day 1 it was with all of you here at MLDS 2025. By a show of hands, can I have how many people were here yesterday? Wow, that's like 80, 85, 90% of the people. And by a show of hands, how many of you all enjoyed most of the sessions, had a very, very insightful takeaway from so many of the sessions? Lovely, absolutely amazing. Let me tell you, if yesterday was insightful, engaging, enriching, enlightening, today is going to be all that times 10, and it's going to be a lot of fun as well. Because one of the major highlights of MLDS 2025 is the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. That is also going to be happening right here in Hall 1 from 2:30 p.m. A lot of you are nominated, a lot of your friends, a lot of your colleagues, family members are nominated. So do be here supporting them, because an absolutely amazing award session is going to happen from 2:30 p.m. But before that, of course, we'll be kickstarting with our sessions. Before we begin, I would request you all to put your mobile phones on silent mode so that we can continue without any interruption. Thank you so much for your cooperation and attention. Obviously, once again, a very warm welcome and a very, very good morning to each and every one of you. Of course, the reaction clearly showed us what an interesting and amazing time you all and we all had yesterday, which was Day 1 of MLDS 2025. So many insights from our incredible lineup of speakers. Today, as I told you all, promises to be even better, even grander. Day 2 of India's biggest generative AI summit for developers, the 7th edition of MLDS 2025, proudly organized by AIM Media House. Can we have the AV, please?
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to Mlds 2025.
Welcome to MLDS 2025 indeed. My name is Korak Roy. I'm the lead anchor of AIM Media House and your host through MLDS 2025 here in Hall 1. As you all know, of course, from yesterday, that we have parallel tracks featuring keynotes, tech talks, lots of interesting stuff, workshops happening simultaneously in Hall 2 and Hall 3. Proceedings there begin a little after 11, so be sure to check those out as well. A very, very big thank you to each and every one of you for joining us here. Today we are taking it up, making MLDS 2025 possible as this year's title sponsors. Let's also extend our gratitude to our AI partner, Google Cloud. A special thanks to our platinum sponsor, EY. Our gold sponsors are Synchron and WEX. Last but not the least, we appreciate the support of our silver sponsors, Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics. The conference would definitely not have been possible at this scale without the support of our sponsors and our partners. Can we have a round of applause for our sponsors, please? Come on, guys. Thank you so much. We're also learning that offstage activities are open in the open learning area located in the lobby outside. So be ready to join them for a lot of thrilling code sprints and grab your chances to win extremely exciting and fun goodies right there. And before that, we kickstart our proceedings here. Let's dive right in. As I mentioned to you all, navigating the path to production with enterprise AI assistance. Head of R&D and platform at Mathco is going to be joining us, diving into one of the most critical AI adoption challenges, taking AI assistance from prototype to production. AI is not just about models anymore. It's about high-quality data, business context, change management. Our speaker here will share real-world insights from healthcare and CPG industries. So please put your hands together to welcome Head of Research and Development and Platform at Mathco, Mr. Saurav Banerjee. Can we have a huge round of applause for Saurav, please? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Saurabh, welcome to MLDS. We are absolutely delighted that day 2 is getting kick-started with your session. Thank you so much. Stage is all yours.
Sure. Thanks for having me here. Good morning, everyone. So I am Saurav. I do multiple roles in Mathco. Actually, I lead R&D, where basically my role is to look into emerging technologies and make useful offerings for our customers. And secondly, I also build the platform called Nucleus that we are essentially looking into problems that we solve and bringing abstractions into the platform so that next time we solve the problem, it becomes easier and cost-effective for our customers to solve. My background has been in data science for about 20 years roughly now. Before this, I was part of Cisco, QB, Australia, to name a few organizations. Today, I'm going to talk about basically, we are working with a lot of our customers on some of these GenAI applications in different industries. And now all the applications are more or less going towards production, or there is adoption among users. It's going from prototypes to actual real applications. So some of our experience building these applications, I want to share, and hopefully this resonates with some of you here, right? Okay, yeah. So just a bit about my company, Mathco. We are one of the largest data and analytics professional services provider. We work with mostly US-based and Europe-based customers, 60 plus Fortune 500 customers. So we have some of the famous names you have heard about, like Walmart, Kraft, Mars, those kinds of as our customers. Around 1,500 people company, and offering services across data analytics, engineering, generative AI, and also adoption advisory services. So let's talk about Gen AI, right? So broadly, I mean, we work a lot across consumer goods industry, healthcare, specifically pharma in the US. A lot of the examples that I talk about will be from those industries. But broadly, like, we can categorize our problems into two categories. One is open-ended conversational assistants, where people can ask questions about their business and get answers from their data. So some examples are in the pharma industry. We have developed assistants for reps. So they have like thousands, sometimes 10,000s of reps who actually have to talk to doctors and engage with doctors and influence them to prescribe their medicines. And to do that, they need to answer questions like, hey, when did I meet X doctor last? What was the last point of discussion? How do I address concerns about side effects of my so-and-so drug and things like that? So a lot of different kind of questions that needed help in preparing for those meetings. And the idea of these assistants is to make them more productive so that they can make more calls and better calls with the doctors, right? Another use case in this area is like, which we have implemented for multiple clients, is like in this organization there are like lots of data in form of tables, SQL tables. Some of them have 10,000 plus tables, and when somebody needs to start an analysis, they need to actually understand where to get the data from first. Okay, so that depends a lot on tribal knowledge of SMEs. Sometimes data catalogs may or may not be completely populated. So we have built assistants where essentially, if you want, like, hey, I want patient activity data for some diseases in this. For a particular company, where to find the data, the assistant will suggest the relevant tables along with the relevant columns and also metadata around it to help that ease that process. I won't go to all of them. There are some things that we do a lot of work across marketing, brand insights, and things like that. The next category of problems is like essentially where LLMs are helping convert unstructured data to some sort of a structured data, and then further integration with the workflow. So some examples is like we work with some of the one or two big railways client in the US. They operate freight for car companies. So Toyota cars move in their trains across the US from factories to distribution. So for them, they have a lot of contracts with those companies, and those contracts can have things like about insurance, payment terms, legal terms, and then what we do is extract, look into those contracts and extract structured data around like what was the payment term, when is the contract up for renewal, what is the insurance clauses, what is the sum assured that is covered for, things like that, so that when there is a legal issue or an invoice comes to them, it becomes easy for procurement in those places to basically quickly audit the contract and figure out and really question the contract there, right? And understand whether the invoice is valid or not, payment is valid or not, what are the insurance obligations. So these things were being done earlier. I think LLMs have made them far more easy and accurate in some ways. Another use case is around donor health analyzer, which is basically when somebody expires or passes away, they donate the organ, and when they donate the organ, for the organ to be accepted, it needs to go through certain criteria. So medical doctors have to review the organ health through a number of tests about that organ, and also the person's lifetime history and about their medical history. So that is, I mean, as you can imagine, there's a lot of reports that somebody has to go through. So what we are doing is simplifying that process so that doctors have access to a well curated report, highlighting parameters saying that whether this guy has history of XYZ disease or not. They know what to look for. We just help them assist in that process by simplifying, by going through those documents using LLMs, and also summarizing certain things so that that review process becomes easier for them. So yeah, there are a few more examples, but moving on. So what has been working for us so far, like in all of these implementations? So one is obviously with Gen AI, prototyping has become super easy. So a lot of people are coming up with new ideas, new concepts. Creating concepts and giving shape to those ideas in some ways very easy. We do a lot of these concepts as part of our proposals, pitches, and even building the roadmap for some of our customers. So it's easy to create a concept, take an idea to a concept, working concept. What we have noticed is there is higher success rate in internal use cases to these companies. So what that means is when the use case, the user base is internal to the company, that has got more adoption versus exposing, and companies are still a bit more careful about exposing LLM applications to their own customer bases because of concerns with, I think all of you know, hallucinations and ethics issues and things like that. So for internally, this thing, at least if something goes wrong, it is guarded within that company and the damage can be limited. So there's more adoption in those areas. And then it is helping improve existing workflows quite a lot. So a lot of our use cases are customers have dashboards built and dashboards are not getting adopted. Just putting, and the reason they are not getting adopted is because dashboard doesn't answer all the questions, because dashboard can answer a specific set of questions, but the data is there. So putting a bot on top of that helps addressing some of those other questions that were not getting answered, and that is driving more adoption for some of those existing dashboards. Secondly, the rep use case which I talked about, the information lies across 10 different systems. And there's valuable information, but nobody really uses all of them. Maybe one or two are getting used. But putting it in one place where people can question with all those systems is driving adoption of those systems also. Lastly, so far at least, most of our use cases have been on foundation models from some of the paid API providers. And the reason is because it gets us moving faster and at least helps us experiment and without having too much of infra overhead. But now we are seeing a lot of our customers getting now they know what the use case is and it's gone to production and it is scaling. They're asking for how to go open source and can we even build the models. And with DeepSeek, it has even there's a surge now in open source models. And then so far, fine-tuning hasn't worked for us much. We haven't felt the need to, and secondly, it's all about data. So just getting the right data to fine-tune has been a challenge. But out of the box, foundation models are getting better. They have done a good job, but we are still exploring that area for some use cases. Now I'll talk a bit about doing the process, what works and what doesn't work, some of the challenges. And this may be obvious, and these things, the things about kickstarting the Gen AI project may not necessarily be, may actually be true for most of other projects also. But essentially, when we start a project, identifying the right use case, etc., is paramount, because some clients will come up with very abstract requests, something like, hey, I want an assistant that can provide insights for all my data. But making it more specific is what the first phase of a project is a lot about. So we have developed frameworks where we can essentially guide them to the journey, categorize questions into levels of difficulties and say that, hey, phase 1 can answer these questions, phase 2 can answer these questions, things like that. So basically structuring and scoping the problem so that we can get accurate results. Then involving users early in the conceptualization phase is important, because we have burned some time in some of those use cases trying to perfect, and LLM use cases will never be perfect. They will always have that some amount of error. So we spent a lot of time perfecting it without putting it in front of users, and then we realized users want something else. So that's also happened in some cases. So getting users early, getting feedback, and improving the system is critical. Build versus why. Not everything needs to be built. So we have actually gone and told some clients, maybe if you want to build a knowledge repository which connects to all your documents, there are good products available out there. Why do you want to even build something custom? And then getting to quick proof of concept is important, because again, some of those ideas are very ambitious, sometimes abstract. Conceptualizing and getting to some good prototypes and see whether it can even work in reality or not, and doing it fast is super important. When we are going into this application building, UX is also super important, and the reason is because unlike traditional software systems, outputs are not deterministic. Outputs are probabilistic. So there will always be some amount of uncontrollables in the output, to say. So we have mitigated this by providing things like ability to edit, displaying sources, like when we generate insights on graphs, we show the SQL query. When we generate insights from say PowerPoints or slides or PDFs, we show which document it is referring to answer the question, to build trust in the system. When we generate images, rather than generating one image, we generate best of 3, so that there's options to choose from. Maybe one of them will work. Then users don't know how to, what's the best way to prompt. So a lot of our assistants will have some way to guide the users towards what questions to ask, maybe even seed some questions in the beginning, and also have certain inbuilt checks to deflect out of scope questions. I'll come to more about that. Then outputs could be delayed, because some of these agentic, typically if there are multiple agents involved, multiple LLM calls involved, will take time. So the wait times are high. And to do that, streaming helps, obviously, so that you can show the agent's reasoning process, like the way some of the open software also do. And then if there are multi-steps there, asynchronous processing helps. And again, lastly, taking this concept further, some of these assistants, what we are now debating is whether they should even be chat assistants or not, because they are performing complex tasks where the questions needs like 3-4 steps to answer, and it takes time. So there's no point making the user wait. Maybe the right interface is not a chatbot; it's something else. So there's a quote from the founder of LangChain here, which I found interesting, where they're looking into something called ambient agents, where the agent runs in the background, and the user is not forced to wait, and it completes the task, and then essentially the output comes to the user. So that's some paradigm we are exploring right now, how to go about it. Next, I think pre-processing is also needed for Gen AI. Just because AI has a lot of knowledge doesn't mean that data pre-processing is gone. So if you feed null data into a SQL model, a column has a null values, you will get bad answers. Then fine-tuning models is all about curating and pre-processing data. So I'll give you an example of a RAG use case. So in the pharma industry, there's a lot of work around getting insights and doing Q&A on market research documents. So they have slides which are like which contains information about market research, some things about the competitors, like whether a drug is working in injectables or orals, what age group is benefiting most. Those kind of research is there, and that is done by some agencies, and those decks are like 60, 100-page decks, and they have several of those decks. and now they want to do Q&A on that. So for that, we have tried putting the slide directly into a multimodal model, and it just doesn't work. Like the accuracies are low. So what we had to do, and what worked, or still work in progress, I would say, is like taking the slide, converting it into a JSON, structured JSON, and passing it to the LLM. So the JSON basically has like 4 components roughly. The first part is about getting. So if you are on slide 16 here, some context from slide say 14, 13, and 17, 18 to give like what's the overall context of the doc rather than just that one slide. Then the content of the slide, we had to. So a slide can have smart arts, grouped objects, if you have worked on PowerPoints, images and everything. So we had to ungroup grouped objects, deals with smart arts differently, and essentially process these through a multimodal model, and we deal with charts separately because we have seen that reading charts, it's not always accurate. So we take the PowerPoint charts actual data behind it, and then sort of process it separately and then put it in that slide context. So there's like 2-3 layers of processing going on there. And if there are like hundreds of slides, each slide's having hundreds of PowerPoints, each PowerPoint having like 60 odd slide, the retrieval becomes tricky. So to guide the retrieval, it needs metadata. So we use LLM to generate metadata about each slide. So this slide is about brand insight, this slide is about disease, something like that. So that when the right question comes, it goes to the metadata first, and then retrieves from and hits the metadata first, and then retrieves from only those sort of specific slides there. That makes it faster and more accurate. And then lastly, number 4 is obviously this slides, another summary goes for the next slide as context. So this much pre-processing has to be done, and we have done this recurringly and got better at that for this kind of use cases to process Q&A for slides. Now, after pre-processing context, I think getting so we do a lot of text to SQL generation, text to Python generation kind of use cases where basically you have natural language commands and LLM generates the query or the code and comes back with an answer. So out of the box, it's relatively easy to do, but where the struggle is contextualizing it to the enterprise context. And we have tried to categorize into 4 or 5 types of context. One is the simple metadata about the data. So metadata can be like column names, column values, description of tables, things like that. So these things need to go into the LLM's prompt somehow to make it better. Then metrics and KPIs. So each of these companies have their custom metrics. So if you look at ACV, an example, it could be annual contract value, it could be something else like the formula is here. So we pass that the metric definition formula as a hint to the LLM in the prompt. Then there is business workflow, like when you take actions using the bot. So sometimes the question, it may not be a question, it could be a command saying that update my promotion workflow. In the retail industry, update my promotion calendar. In the retail industry, this is very common where basically what days should I run promotion to maximize my impact is the problem. So it has to go and update the calendar that this day, this much discount, this day, this much discount. So that command needs context about, okay, when I give this command, which tables need to get updated with what value for the downstream system to basically take it and use it in some ways. Then there is org and user persona, like who has access to what data needs to be respected, number 1. And number 2, sometimes users come and ask sales for my brand. And what is my is not clear, so that my, to disambiguate that my, we have to give the org persona or the user persona so that it can actually infer that you are a category manager for this category and then provide sales info for that category. Lastly, it is data and analytics tools. I've kept it in the context because like a lot of times we build those, we would have done analytics or the model building for them. So like for example, we do a lot of spend optimization, marketing spend optimization models for some of the consumer companies. And now we are building bots on top of that, which basically is, you can go and say, hey, if I increase my spends on this particular channel by 10%, what is the effect of sales? Or optimize my budget. So optimize my spend so that I can get a sales of $10 million extra, something like that. So that needs to invoke either a regression model or optimizer that we would have already built for that customer, and then this goes to the LLM, and LLM basically goes and invokes it. It's really a tool, but I've kept it in the context for now. But these, and there are various ways of processing this context, right? So one is simply putting it in the prompt, but if the context becomes large, we have to do a RAG to identify the relevant context for the question, and then essentially construct the prompt accordingly. Sometimes we have also had to create knowledge graphs. So when we had to discover lots of tables and columns, we had to create the relationship between tables and columns. So that if I search a column, I need to essentially see what table it belongs, and then so on and so forth. So context onboarding is one type of thing, and then context, taking that context and how to make use them to make answers relevant is the next class of things which we end up doing. Yeah, I think more and more we are seeing the LLM applications are becoming super complex, and that has implications which I will come to. But essentially, this is one of the things which I was talking about, about pharma reps, and in this case, what happens is like this is connected to at least 6 or 7 different types of systems, and each of them have like 2 or 3 APIs, so at least 30 APIs calls, and then some answers lie in some document. So there's text to API, text to SQL, text to document, 3 types of agent with different subtools, which is the different APIs, right? So here, like let's take an example of a question where what is the sales for say a drug Crocin by some doctor X, where and when did I last meet him? So this is like 2 questions. Number 1 here, because the sales for somebody is in the sales application. When did I last meet him is in the call planning application. So it needs to invoke 2 different APIs. So the LLM, what it needs to do and is plan and first like clarify and break down. So when I say sales, sales for what time frame, right? Is it last year, last month, last 3 months? So that's first thing that the LLM has to do, and then breaking it down into 2 different questions. Like there's a question about sales, there's a question about when did I last meet him. Then after all that, it has to pass some compliance checks. So you may be asking questions that are like compliance violation for that particular company. You may also be asking, you may not have access to that particular doctor's data for all you know. So those checks has to be done, and then like in a simple world, it could probably have been a function calling where you would have routed it to the right API, but because there are so many APIs here, it just doesn't work. The LLM gets confused as to what tool to call. And so we had to build a intent classification model, which basically takes the question and classifies the intent, like say, hey, it is a sales question, hey, it is a call related question, hey, it is a product related question, and then route it to the right API. And then lastly, once you've routed it to the right API, you need to identify the entities. In this case, the entity could be like the medicine name, the doctor's name, and time frame, and then take those as the parameters and essentially make the API call. Take all those outputs of the API, summarize, and update the DB as memory so that the next question has this as a context. Now, all this is good. It works, but it takes time. So our engineers have done the best they can, and it still takes 40 seconds, where the expectation is around 15 seconds. So what we had to do is essentially now understand common questions and give options. So we know sales questions, related questions come very often. We know when did I last meet the doctor kind of question comes very often. So we have basically given those as options in the bot as you enter, so that the question is very specific, and you can just bypass all those compliance check, intent classification, etc., because I know all of that and pre-process it and directly just query. So that's kind of like where we went on the journey to making it super complex, it still is, and then simplifying it to make things fast. But that also brings me to my earlier point about should the UX really be a chatbot for this, and should you really expect like 15 seconds latency, because in the current world you're probably having to go through 5 different systems. It anyways takes a few minutes or maybe an hour sometimes. So why can't the answer be like, hey, from the bot be like, hey, let me wait, please wait, I'll send the report to your email or something like that. Or maybe an email. The bot could be an email where I email to a bot and the bot emails me the answer for the question. But yeah, I mean, so we are building this kind of planning, orchestrating agents right now. There are some more advanced systems where we are looking into if agents can reason and do back and forth among them or not. But yeah, that's still a work in progress. Yeah, so now the next thing that we are seeing is testing. And as you can imagine, the number of moving pieces in the kind of applications which I talked about last, there are too many. Like the planner needs to work well, the question breaking down needs to happen, API call needs to happen correctly, API needs to get the right parameters. So when a system like that has so many agents, the testing is becomes complex. So we have seen, like, for almost all of this thing, we are having to build high quality ground truth data ourselves. Well, LLM as a judge can help, but if you put it in the workflow, it again introduces one round of latency, one more LLM call, increases cost. And outside the workflow, we have actually used LLM to generate questions and generate answers so that we can test. But again, those quality of those questions are not that nuanced. So we almost always have human-generated questions to test these applications on. Now, because these are multi-agent systems, and sometimes, so it needs testing at various levels. The whole system, like, first and foremost, needs to be tested, and then you need to have a lineage of all the agents' output, so that you know which agent breaks and where is it failing, if at all it is failing. So we have built some internal tools to do that. If you can, like, for example, give questions and the answers, it can give you the log of what each agent is doing, so that you have traceability. Then as we go to production with these systems, we would have tested on some LLM generated plus human generated data, but when users ask the question, they can ask anything. And then the accuracy drifts. So question drift has been a real challenge in production. We have ways to measure it through, like, comparing embeddings between test questions and the production questions and things like that. But we right now, I don't think there's a like a very elegant solution to some of the solutions we have implemented. As, like, in the planner stage, we block some questions which are out of scope questions. So we know that this question can't be answered with the given data that you have. So we'll deflect it. Then again, providing clear options of these are the kind of questions it can answer, this is the kind of question it can't answer. So when you open the bot, you will have, please ask me this kind of questions only. So those things help, but in production systems, it really drifts, and where, like, the getting feedbacks from users, etc., improving the system continuously is like a continuous journey for us. Lastly, upgrading model versions, right? So that creates its own challenges. So entire system and all the prompts have to be tested, and that creates that's another testing thing which we do whenever there's a model has to be upgraded. So now, for example, we are testing some of our systems in using DeepSeek. What we learned is that with GPT, we gave certain context, as I said, to the model, but because DeepSeek has reasoning capabilities now, it sort of bypasses the context and tries to do its own reasoning. So where I gave a definition of a product to DeepSeek, and then DeepSeek just ignored it and created its own definition. Those kind of things happen when models change in advance. So it's a continuous journey. I think it is a very evolving field, and there are lots of toolings that are coming out of that, and it is going to come out frameworks and tools to ease the process of testing these kind of multi-agent applications. So what we have done over the last like maybe 2 years or so is essentially created some reusable modules as and when we learn from our different client work that we do, and essentially created a reusable sort of modules in our platform. So it has a marketplace of agents. So we get that PowerPoint question very often, like question answer from like PowerPoints, text to SQL, text to Python coding we get very often. So we have like agents, and they're contextualized to different industries. So text to SQL will have different versions for the pharma industry, for the retail industry, and so on and so forth. We have some orchestrators which basically have modules around how to break down questions, how to ask clarifying questions. We're looking into frameworks like AutoGen and things like that also, which can help in better reasoning and planning. We have reusable code base in React for the interface. So bot building is like super easy for us. We can get to a bot fairly quickly that way. Getting intelligence to the bot is the harder problem. We built integrations because a lot of our clients want to see their bot on their existing systems. Sometimes it could be on top of a Tableau dashboard, so we have integrations to Tableau. Sometimes it could be on top of Power BI also, right? So we have multiple such integrations with different systems. And then testing, we have some reusable code base to ease the entire testing process, where humans can upload test data with some ground truth, and the entire process of how the LLM arrived at what its answer is, and some accuracy metrics comes up with it. So yeah, these are some of the things that we have worked. I want to also touch upon the topic of talent a bit, because with AI, I think the nature of talent, I don't know, I wouldn't call it as shifted. The core fundamentals are still intact, but I'll break it into 3 phases. Like one is the concept phase, where it is typically an AI engineer building the concept with somebody who understands the business problem well. Then it's the MVP, which is about getting something in front of the users. So there we will need designers to actually design the interface, AI engineers, AI product manager is becoming important, and I think the way I define it is somebody who understands user needs, also understands limitations of LLM, and able to educate people about what it can do, and can be like a thought partner to our clients in terms of how to conceptualize the LLM application. So that, and then software development skills for that is super important for getting things like that application that I showed you. In the scaling phase, again, the same skill sets, maybe more of that is needed, but data engineers and testers are new skill set that we have seen, because testing is an ongoing process. As users usage increases, different types of question comes, and we have to always keep on testing for any updates that we make to the model. And data engineers, because again, the foundations and the pipelines have to be built so for it to handle more use cases and more types of questions. And this is all complemented with like a Gen AI focused training that we have created internally with our in-house accelerators. So yeah, a lot of things. Just to wrap up my talk here, this is something just copied from the LLM.org blog. It's a good blog. If you haven't read, I would suggest reading it. But what it says is essentially there are like 5-6 different types of complications you will encounter for building any of these Gen AI systems. It needs to be reliable, it needs to be harmless, it needs to be useful and scalable, and so on and so forth. I don't think all things can be solved at once. So prioritize at least 2 or 3 things that you want to go for. Maybe accuracy is the most important thing. Maybe reliability, harmlessness is the most important thing. Prioritize and just go for it. Otherwise, you will never start. And over time, things as models become better and the agents become better, it will probably work out. So yeah, I think that's all I have. Thanks, and any questions anybody has.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, anybody with any questions? We have Sir with a mic in his hand. Go for it.
Can't hear you.
Saurav, thank you for this presentation. Very nice presentation. One question I have, where the previous slide you talked about scaling. Can you talk a little bit about the proportion of people you need in terms of AI engineers, data engineers, and software engineers in a typical large-scale implementation of Gen AI?
Good question. It varies, but the general pattern would be more software engineers. Because a lot of our large-scale implementations will need core software engineering skills, like about integration, good backend for lower latency, those kind of things. So more software engineers, I would say 50% would be software engineers, and then the rest are AI engineers and testers and things like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Saurav. Till we wait for the second question, I'll just like to make a quick announcement. You all really enjoyed the session. The reaction showed that. But Mathco has another subsequent session right now in Hall 2. So definitely make your way for that. And yes, can we have the question, please, now?
Hey, Saurabh. This is regarding your slide about our context in the real-time situations. And you gave an example about the My Brand, right? So in one of the slides, slide 8, I guess. So now the question here is, without going for the previous turns, whatever the user has asked, how you can build the context around this? Because either you will be more conversational with the user to explain, or because that's a kind of a deadlock where you don't have any idea about My Brand here, and there is no or context that you can build, right? In that situation, what should be the right strategy?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So one is inferred context from what as you said, like from previous question, you can infer the context. But what we do, at least to kickstart things, is basically we create the context map. So for example, we do user interviews to figure out who will be the users. And we have templates where we say that, hey, this particular user, this login, and essentially this is the role, this is the brand, this is the category they're in. This goes as metadata sometimes to start off with. So we create some of this metadata to seed the context, number one. The inference is another part. The third is we also have something like edit context. So when a user is interacting with the bot, you can basically give your context there, then and there. Say that I am the brand manager for so and so brand. Please update based on this context. So those are the 3 methods which we have tried so far.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. Anybody else with any questions?
Yeah. Hi,
yes,
Saurabh.
Go for it.
Great talk and great work being done at Mathco. I had a question about the slide where you showed that metadata was created for the slides that you had for the, I think the pharma application. So what kind of improvements do you see with that change where you were adding that summary to the slide? Was that being done by an LLM? And the other thing is, what kind of improvements did you see with that change? Adding that to the context, the summary.
Yeah, so that is being done. So the summary generation, etc., is being done in by the LLM. So essentially what it boils down to is, instead of putting the entire slide in one go, we are, dividing it into parts and breaking it, and giving it like a guided way of summarizing the slide. So it is being done by LLM in different stages, and that leads to significant improvements, like early things, and I don't have the exact numbers because we never tested the ones with LLM, so I don't have exact benchmark, but just field check, I think it's significant. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with any questions? Yes, please go for it.
Hi. You talked about technical side of things, right?
Yeah.
So my question is slightly around the customer side, right? When we talk about Gen AI, it has become a hype word, but how do you explain it to customers that it is an iterative process and not a straightforward answer? And sometimes, right, they do expect fast delivery and things, but it is not straightforward, and it does change accuracy over a period of time, and it does take time, right? So how do you tackle those challenges, and do you take trainings for customers to even make them understand the process, how things work in this space?
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair question, and really the hype, and even we rode the hype, right? So that is gone, and harder questions are coming. So we do a lot of work towards essentially scoping and educating the customers and doing user interviews. So all of these projects start with some sort of design thinking around understanding what the customer wants and what the end user wants actually. So that helps in at least getting some user inputs, user feedbacks early, and setting expectations that what to expect or not. And then we identify pilot groups of users, that like rather than exposing it to everybody in one shot, the pilot groups of users will be more friendly and more open to giving you feedback and things like that. But it's a struggle. I don't think we have solved it completely, because there are still things where use cases where basically users, like for example, just to give you the data discovery use case which I talked about, there are 10,000 tables. We have done it on 1,000 odd to start with, but users don't know that. Users come and ask questions about everything right now. So that expectation management is a tricky thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the good session. So I think you were using a local LLM, right, on-premise. You were mentioning about DeepSeek and other LLM models. So were you investigating even the cloud LLMs, any ChatGPT or Gemini?
No, we actually use a lot of the cloud LLMs actually to get started with, because it gets us started faster. Otherwise, you have to build the foundations and all of that. And secondly, also, like while in our internal platform we have a choice, sometimes in our client's environment it is also dependent on what the client has certified internally as the right LLM to go and things like that. So we use both. To your question, lot of the early stages, like at least till now, it has been more of the cloud LLMs that we have worked on, but open source is getting more traction now.
So how is the cost in that case if you're going to cloud LLMs, right?
Yeah.
The cost would be significantly high, right? And compared, especially among these factors which are really good, right? See, users are typically accustomed to getting the right answer. I mean, even if the scope is less, but get the answer correct. But the first challenge is the factual inconsistency, right? Whether we don't know whether the answer is correct or not. So how do we manage this? I mean, spending high cost, but not sure whether we're getting the right answer. So we can even replace a small subset of the system even in a reliable manner, right?
No, I think it has cost implications. So good thing is costs have gone down significantly. So that has helped. But I think see, it's a value justifies the cost. Okay, in this case, if there's value, costs are okay to invest in. And I think more often than not, I see that people worried about the value than the cost. But having said that, essentially, like the first say 1,000 users or so, when there is adoption, the costs are still manageable. But the moment it goes beyond that, we are actively working on some projects where we are migrating from this to internal LLMs, where the fixed cost of having that infrastructure is justified inside the environment. Yeah.
Thanks for the good session. So I think you were using a local LLM, right, on-premise. You were mentioning about DeepSeek and other LLM models. So
Thank you so much. We'll only take like one more question.
Yeah.
We have time for only one more question.
Hi, Saurav.
Yeah.
Here in this side. So you talked about testing, but nowhere you mentioned about monitoring. So after deploying to production, how do you check that whatever you said, question drift, or like is there any expectation mismatch with the customer? So how do you monitor that? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a light there. So okay. See, the question drift really comes is something we monitor in 2-3 different ways. So one is works or not, and based on that you can test it out whether the question was supposed to be answered by the LLM also or not. The second strategy we are adopting is basically we have the test set, we have production set where the questions are being asked. We are comparing similarities. Like for every day there is a way to compare, like whether how different are the questions actually from the test set that it was tested on, and if there's a drift there, that we measure. That's the second way. And third is, I think there is still a lot of manual testing of that all those questions that comes today. I don't think there is a easy way to do it as of today.
All right, thank you so much, Saurabh. Ladies and gentlemen, the amount of questions we had, I think kind of shows how insightful this session was with Saurabh. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Saurabh here from Mathco. Perfect start to day 2 of MLDS. Thank you so much, Saurabh. To welcome our next speaker on stage, I would like to do something a little different to welcome him. Before we have him on stage, I would like to welcome him in a slightly different way and make you guys watch something and hear something.
What is the future of Indian IT? Companies would need more specialized engineers. They don't need generalized engineers. They would need somebody who's specialized in data science, somebody who's specialized in, let's say, DevOps, somebody who's specialized in cloud. So they would need more specialized. The hiring market for freshers is becoming tough. Who earlier gave that contract to TCS or Infosys, why not they hire the employee directly in India? So that employee gets in a better salary, that employee is paid more, plus that employee can work for that company directly, again a product-based company.
Our next guest, he uploads a reel and 500K plus views is the norm, thousands of likes in push forward the youth of the country. Only makes content for developers, for software engineers, for IT students, for students who want to pursue IIT. An absolutely renowned YouTuber in the field of software engineers, in the field of developers, and he is the best person to talk about the topic for the next session, how Gen AI will unlock the future of software development and businesses in the country and the world. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Arsh Goyal. Can we have a huge round of applause for Arsh, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Purab.
Arsh, very warm welcome to MLDS. We are delighted to have you here. I will quickly do a small little plug-in. The reel that you saw was from the podcast that I hosted with Arsh. This man has some incredible insights, some incredible information that we're going to find out here in the chat right now. Arsh, stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Korak, for a lovely introduction, and I truly loved the conversation in our podcast. And I believe the session, we're listening to a session by Saurabh, and it was very, very insightful, talking about enterprise side of how we'll be implementing AI and AI solutions. But this session is going to be more from a generic point of view for somebody who is beginning his or her career in software engineering, how the dynamics of software engineering and AI are maybe competing with each other or complementing each other. We'll talk about how businesses in India are leveraging AI in some point or another. Some case studies of how a company, a software engineering company, implemented an AI solution and that has helped in reducing the churn rate. We'll talk about how the acceptability or the impact of AI within government organizations or government functions and how we have been implementing. I've been associated with MyGov. So MyGov is the digital initiative of India, and they have been trying to get AI in hands of people, on how we can outreach to more people with respect to different initiatives that Government of India comes on with. So we'll talk about a few initiatives that have made a greater impact, and you would all have used those in your day-to-day life. But yeah, thank you so much. Let's start the session. We'll talk about Can I navigate it from here? Okay. So yeah, we're talking about navigating in the era of software engineering, software development, as well as how businesses will be leveraging it. So we all have heard of this term. ChatGPT was introduced in December 2022, and it has been close to 2 years. We have seen multiple use cases when it comes to creation, when it comes to generation. Not only just text generation, but in the field of software engineering, we have seen how companies have been leveraging, how developers like us have been leveraging, how every single day we see new AI applications, new AI foundational models, as well as different models that can make our processes easier, that can make the process of software development easier. So there has been a trend and there has been a fear as well, right? So we'll talk about how companies look out at it. So there are three pictures. One is by Meta, one is by Salesforce, one is by NVIDIA. So these are the three big tech giants who are competing at some point of time in this space of AI. And these are the three recent remarks, I think, this month itself, last month itself. So Zuckerberg said that Meta plans to replace mid-level engineers with AI this year. That's 2025. Salesforce told that they won't be hiring any software engineers this year. And NVIDIA CEO, Jensen, whom I got a chance to meet last year in their AI summit, he mentioned that we don't need programmers anymore. So these were the three statements by these three tech giants or tech companies. So there's a debate going on around whether these companies are trying to leverage on and hype the AI wave so that they can be at an advantage, or is it the truth, or they are these visionaries who see how the future unfolds for all of us, right? How many of you in the room are software engineers? If I can see a show of hands. A few, right? Most of you would be in data science or software engineering or somehow a field that is closely related to tech. So these three statements somehow brings in a question in our mind, like, is this the right space to be in, or how the space is going to change in the coming 5 years, or how is the space going to change in the coming 1 year? So from the point of view of careers, I talk a lot about careers in tech, and this is the question that comes to me from anyone and everyone, be it a student who is just graduating and looking out for career options. Is software engineering a field that I should get into? Because there's a lot of talk around it. Then there's a with the same point of view, you get to see a lot of early career engineers with 0 to 4 years of experience. What is my worth in this era of AI engineering, or people like softwares being replaced by AI agents, or software engineers being replaced by AI? So should I, like, what should be my worth, or what should I learn? So these are some of the questions, but majorly you need to understand, you need to see that there is a possibility of how we can integrate AI into our systems as well as software engineers, and a company's structure would look a bit different. So we'll talk about how AI has reasoning now. AI doesn't follow Moore's law. So we have seen Moore's law, right? What does Moore's law state? That transistors in a chip, so generally when we talk about hardware, so all of us might have heard of Moore's law. Transistor in a chip generally doubles in every 2 years, roughly 18 months. So that brings the size of the chip to almost half the size. That was Moore's law. But AI is not following that Moore's law when it comes to the advancements, right? So it took generally 2 years to get to that point, but in AI we have seen not just AI, but hardware integrations, compute, AI advancements. So multiple different things account to one specific technology, and we see the upgradation in, let's say, 2 weeks or 2 months. Last month, OpenAI had 12 days of OpenAI where they were launching every new model or some new announcement every single day. And all these announcements were groundbreaking in terms of how the ecosystem would change. So AI is not following the traditional Moore's law, but it is helping us think and inculcate that if things are fast-paced, how should we leverage this fast-paced things and we can make ourselves more efficient. So a very simple example, for example, you have been doing sentiment analysis, right? So how things looked, let's say 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we were studying in college and building machine learning models. So we used to have something known as supervised learning where you get labeled data. So getting that data, so it includes data cleaning, data pre-processing, processing and stuff. So it would take around a month if you're building that model. Then training that model on data would take another 3 months. Moving on, if you want to deploy or run that model, so the process was pretty much 6 months to a 1 year process if you're building something foundational just 2 years or 3 years back. But how things have changed in a couple of these couple of years, that we write a prompt, we specify a prompt, and we can deploy a model. So building that POC has become very easier. We tend to see more people from non-tech getting that hold of technology and building something that can help them present their solution in front of anyone and everyone, right? So you can see the time difference. So supervised learning, it took around 8 to 10 months to get to a point. Now we can get to a point in a couple of weeks. It's just that we need to equip ourselves with these AI technologies. So ship fast and better. So recently, a very close friend of mine who's not into tech, he wanted to build a recruitment platform. And he had some great idea with a lot of AI integration, something similar to Sense, if you've heard of Sense. So what the process would have been if he was not aware of AI. So he would have conceptualized the idea, then he would have gone to and found a tech co-founder or a founder at any event or whatsoever. And that process is very tedious to get a tech co-founder or somebody who can handle the tech of the company. So he gets that. They build a POC, they have a design ready, and it would again take around a year or so to get the first POC that can be presented in front of somebody. But he came to me and he was just looking out for different ideas, and he had a presentation to present in front of the investor just 1.5 months from our conversation. And he was able to build the first POC, it's exactly the same he would have done in a year. He was able to do it in 1.5 years of time, and he was able to ship it and present it in front of the investors, and he got the investment. So this is how the POCs and the entrepreneurship space in India is changing when it comes to tech. If you are building some tech or services business, for you to have your own landing page, it's a click of minutes. There's so many tools, Bolt.new or Lovable. So if you've used these tools, so you can have a full stack website deployed very easily in your hands. Gen AI and India. So it's a very important perspective how India is seeing Gen AI. We'll talk about a lot of government initiatives that have been in this space. So there are two words. Aspirational India plus artificial intelligence is equal to 2 AI. This is not my terminology. The Prime Minister of country said in some conference that it's not AI, it's 2 AI, that's aspirational India plus artificial intelligence. So there are 3 important things that is helping us build this aspirational India. One is economic growth. India is projected to have a 10 trillion economy, that's one. So building in the 10 trillion economy, AI has a huge part to play. Youth potential. India is one of the countries with the youngest population right now, with an average age of 20, it's in early 20s, right? So huge youth potential whom we need to educate and who can build those innovative AI solutions that we are looking out at. Digital India vision, and as the country moves towards making things more digital, AI can somehow get in that pool and can improve on how we look at things. So now this is how aspirational India looks like, how it will be helping us accelerate our artificial intelligence progress. So with economic growth, youth potential, and Digital India vision, we'll see the progress going forward. We can double the impact because the kind of innovation, the youth, the potential, the education that we are providing somehow tends to be aligned in the same way as government is putting in a lot of initiative. India AI is launched. A center of excellence for AI with 500 crores of budget is launched. So multiple different things. And we need to position ourselves as a global leader of AI at some point of time. Right? So multiple different organizations. One is, like, we'll talk about 2 to 3 initiatives that will show you how government organizations are getting impacted by AI, or government is using different modes of AI. One is Digidhan Mitra. So it simplifies payment queries for citizens. So 3 major use cases. One is how AI is helping personalize financial guidance. For example, there's a small business owner who wishes to know that which UPI integrator he should use at his shop or in his business. So there's a chatbot or an AI assistant that can help him choose from different UPI payment integrations that are available and which would be the most cheapest and efficient for him or her. Fraud detection and prevention, most of these banking firms, like you talked about any bank, so the major use case of AI is fraud analysis, risk analysis, and this has been implemented by various government bodies, government organizations for preventing the potential scams that people go through. Language processing for inclusivity. Again, for example, I belong to a small village in Maharashtra, and I am a farmer, and I want to understand what all fertilizers or how my crop would grow. And I don't know English or Hindi. So a chatbot that in which he converses in Marathi and he gets that answer in Hindi or English. So language processing for inclusivity is something that's implemented. Intelligent customer support, you get to have the queries answered in a few minutes, and insights and data for government. The data that is coming through Digidhan Mitra is somehow helping government build their own database to train foundational models from AI. So this is one. Bhashini. So Bhashini is another initiative I've been associated, and Microsoft has been a big part of building Bhashini. So it's more about promoting language accessibility and inclusivity in digital platforms. One is AI-powered language translation. For example, there's a government body in which all the documentations are in Bengali, and you want to convert those documentations to Hindi that can be used at center. So this is a great tool. Speech to text and text to speech. Again, for Bhashini, you would see, like for example, there's a user who wishes to check for what's the particular use case, or the same example that we talked about, a farmer, right? A farmer sitting in a remote town who is unaware of any other language but wants to get that information. So information is available at click of seconds. The feature of text to speech or speech to text, and NLP for Indian languages, you can converse from, India has so many dialects, and you can converse from one dialect to another very simply with this. Indian Railways uses something known as Ask Disha. So it's again a chatbot which handles more than 1 lakh queries each day. It answers questions and issues refund. So things have become more efficient, easier. It's conversational AI for customer interaction, and you see voice and text integration. You can ask the assistant about your refund, and you can get the answer in text or in voice as per your. It has been very effective. So Disha stands for Digital Interaction to Seek Help Anytime. Various other ministries of corporate affairs, they have something known as MCA2 version 1 that helps, like when companies file for their taxes every year, right? How should it check the validity? So it has made Ministry of Corporate Affairs very reliable. For Indian Railways, testing times of train scheduling, the influx of passengers, it has been predicted, like various prediction models have been put in place for Indian Railways. Income tax department has been able to successfully find tax liabilities of people who would show their taxes in donation or some other form. So these are some of the ministries that have been leveraging AI. So this shows how government is aggressively putting itself in front of the people, in front of this era, and trying to match with the pace, although we see that it's still not up to the standards that we are expecting. So we saw how government is using GenAI, how GenAI and software engineering. So most of you who join a company, right, how things have changed, let's say, in a couple of years, how things have become more easier, and how we have been leveraging Gen AI in software engineering. So automation and code generation. The three aspects of using AI when we sit at our desk, our job. One is code generation. So code generation can be via multiple use cases. One is we generally use UML diagrams, right? So we build a UML diagram, then so the like software development life cycle process has a UML diagram from which we eventually go to the code, right? So we have that UML diagram. Let's say, for example, we want to build a banking infrastructure. We build that UML diagram, we give it to a certain model or a certain tool or something, and we get the infra of that banking structure, right? So from UML diagrams to the actual code, that's one. Secondly, we all would have used GitHub Copilot or various other tools which help us generate code. That code is not 100% correct, but with human intervention, or if we want to leverage, so we can easily move from an incorrect code to a correct code until and unless we can find bugs. So there's, again, one more use case of bug finding or making systems more, enhancing systems with more capabilities. Gen AI and code migration. So companies like Meta or Uber or Google, they had something known as code shift engines. So we talk about JS code shift. It was built by Meta. We call something known as Piranha. It was built by Uber. So companies use these code shift engines to migrate code from one version to another. So there are three kinds of migrations. One is language migration. For example, you might want to migrate from COBOL to Java. One is framework migration. For example, you want to migrate from Angular to React or vice versa. And then there is cloud migration or platform migration, for example, Azure to AWS. So these are three use cases in which AI has been showing its impact. So these are some of the tools that companies have been using. And we'll go in detail about code migration, how things were and how things have been changing. So code migrations at scale. Generally, how the process looked in a company when it comes to code migrations, there were 4 different steps. One is planning, prep, development, and monitoring, right? So it was, again, a very tedious process. You spend a lot of time in planning which all parts of the code that you need to change. Prep required various optional refactors, whether we need to keep this refactor or how will this change the stability of our entire system. We'll talk about how, next step was develop, right? So developing that part of code, generating code and replacing it with the kind of code that we want. So it, again, took a lot of time. Monitoring, again, unit testing and rolling back if that feature is not. So there were a lot of feature flags that we used. So code migrations are not just a technical problem. It's time-intensive, costly, and risky. It took a lot of time for us to estimate the kind of cost that we had. So you can see it had 5 processes: knowledge, planning, development, orchestration, and talent. And this knowledge was of no use. For example, you train your engineers on migrating from one particular framework to another, but after some time, this is a non-reusable knowledge, right? So how to make ourselves and our engineers more efficient? So something known as code mod. So the very simple use case, you give a before example, after example, and you get things done. So how code mod AI has changed things, right? So we had a before example, we had an after example. We pass it on to an LLM. We have a draft code mod. So earlier, we used to write code mods on our own, but now with the help of LLM, we have a draft code mod. Then, after various checks, we have an automated prompt engineer that will help us build that code migration system. That can be very easy for the company. Like, I do have a demo for it, but as the time doesn't persist, else I would have shown you the demo. But maybe we can connect offline to discuss if you want more insights on code migration using AI. Enhanced testing and debugging. So again, for testing and debugging also, there are 3 stages. One is AI-driven code analysis for debugging, automated test case generation. So many tools right now. In my presentation, there were a few names. Log analysis to help us analyze those long logs, be it your in firmware engineering or normal embedded engineering. So multiple use cases, again, for testing and debugging as well, that can help us write meaningful code. Right? Creating AI-driven applications. We have talked about various chatbots. We have talked about AI assistants. We have talked about content writing using AI. So a lot of companies have been leveraging it. A very small case study on how GenAI is boosting software security in banking, right? So we'll see through what was the problem, how it was solved, and what was the kind of solution that we presented. So for example, this was the case with a bank. So bank's security team faced a lot of daily alerts related to code vulnerabilities. So just imagine, for example, there is a P0 or there's a bug that is reported by a customer, and immediately the entire team is in a state key, we need to solve it at any point of time. So it is something that was a problem for that bank. So there were a lot of false positives that overwhelmed the developers, and 80% of their time was spent in resolving these bugs. But they were remunerated or incentivized on the basis of what new features they're building. So there was a mismatch, and there was a lot of churn rate in the company because people were not getting appreciated for the kind of work they were doing. So how to solve that? So bank implemented something known as a GenAI powered platform that streamlined secure software development. So the platform had 3 different steps. One, it translated those regulations and policies into security controls. Then there was a triage that was done with a lot of alerts to identify which are false positives, false negatives, and so that only the ones which are very, very important, crucial, are presented in front of the engineers. And automated security protocols is something that was taken into consideration. So this was a solution implemented, and you see the results. So the vulnerabilities that used to be in hundreds came to fewer than 10 critical vulnerabilities per day. The developer productivity in that company increased, morale increased. Not only this, it helped them have better operational efficiency. They were able to reduce the contract teams in that case. And this is how a very simple use case of GenAI has helped teams or companies become more efficient. GenAI for small and medium businesses, will touch upon it as the time is very limited. How leveraging AI can help us get more benefits, or what companies have been using. As I come from the content background, I've seen this happening with a lot of companies. And a lot of pitches I hear from founders across multiple domains. A very simple example, you might not be able to hear this.
Conduct interview and even test engineers. This is built by a company called Micro1. To use it, simply provide the job details.
So by now, you all would have seen a lot of AI clones being used by multiple companies, right? So a company, so it generally sells tech gears, right? Tech accessories, or something that we use with our phone, something that we use with the laptops. And the company scaled its page from roughly like 2,000s or 3,000s to 100,000s in months with AI clones and video generation. And that brought them a lot of business. So their major pipeline of getting more customers and new users was their Instagram page. Earlier, people used to spend on performance or a lot of other modes of pipelines, but this reduced, and the company got in profitability within a couple of months. So a lot of businesses, if you come from a D2C business, or if you come from a tech business, or even if you come from a B2B business, right? So you can leverage different platforms and the kind of content that you can generate from using AI. There are various tools. Again, if you are looking out for detailed explanation, we can talk offline, but this is one. Social media is a pipeline. So it helps us track engagement, suggest best times to post, comment automation to directly talk to customers, and like with a lot of engaging responses, right? Same, I was talking about the tech gear. So if tech gear company, so if you're not able to engage with the customers or they engage with the audiences, so that audience is not of any use. So if at all you have a pipeline of customers coming in and you want to leverage that pipeline, so you need to interact. There are various methodologies for interacting with the customers again. And you get a lot of consumer insights from that entire data that's coming to you. How can, for example, Amazon helps us recommend systems, right? So there's a big use case. How can smaller companies or medium businesses leverage the same kind of interact or infrastructure that Amazon has built very easily using GenAI? That's something we need to think about. AI-powered chatbots, we have already seen the use cases in railways and other government organizations, but this is something that is powering small and major businesses. And currently, this is the scale, like these are the different departments within a company and how much are they leveraging AI. For example, IT, that people are talking about mostly about IT sector or IT jobs. So 28% adoption in IT, 11% in operations, marketing is 10%, customer service is 8%, and this has been growing like at a very, very fast pace. All these departments are somehow leveraging AI, and this is what small and medium businesses in India are focusing. Now, again, a small video I would want to show how things would look like in 2025. The things we have talked till now mostly focused on how we have seen the era from 2022 to 2024. We called it something known as generative AI, era of generative AI. But let's talk about this. This is Operator, very recently launched by OpenAI. Can you book me a table at the Post in Los Altos at 7:30? So it opens your browser. It looks out for the relevant restaurant or the relevant table. The available time slots for tomorrow are this. Shall I proceed with reserving? Yes, please. The reservation for the post on open table are ready to be finalized. The name, phone number, and email are pre-filed. Should I proceed? Yes. Reservation has been confirmed. So this is how AI now has that reasoning, right? So AI is coming with that reasoning. It can take decisions on its own. Like for some of you who are not aware, like all of us have been talking about something known as agents. But for anyone and every one of you who is not aware of, so I have something, NVIDIA's keynote. So this is CES, one of the biggest conferences. This time, Jensen's keynote mentioned agent 22 times. And every other company has been talking about agents in 2025. Salesforce has a platform known as Agentforce, where you can easily build agents. ServiceNow has recently launched something where you can build agents. All these smaller companies are building, like small startups like NA10 or different platforms where you can build your own AI agents. So the trend is shifting towards building those AI agents, but how can you build your own AI agents? Again, there are very simple ways. What an AI agent is, let's understand it. So I would say AI with reasoning and taking decisions is something you can easily figure, like you can easily explain it. It observes its surroundings, understands the information, takes those decisions autonomously, and performs tasks to achieve a specific goal. For somebody who's very new, a very simple example, a self-driving car has all the features of an AI agent, right? From observing the road, to processing the data, to making driving decisions and navigating safely to a destination. If we can build an analogy, how a self-driving car works, similarly an AI agent works for any different use case or any different functionality. AI agent has brains, an LLM memory, tool, system prompts, output, input. This is something how an AI agent looks like. So how you build an AI agent, right? So there are various platforms, NA10, Dialogflow, Rasa. You can define a purpose, you can choose a platform, design a conversation flow, and you can train the model. It's that simple. A very simple email automation agent. Let's say, for example, on a day-to-day basis, I receive tens or hundreds of emails. So how I can develop that database, or I can develop that memory that my emails are automatically responded back using this AI agent, right? So this was very simple. It had, again, when chat message is received, it gets to the AI agent, OpenAI chat model is connected, you get a window buffer, and all this can be built in a few minutes, right? If you are comfortable with the platform, you can build your own AI agents within minutes. So I have used NA10, but you can use any other platform. So what would future career options look like, right? This is a very common question that comes to me. Like, would it be more of AI? Would it be more of prompt engineers? Would it be more of platform engineers? Or what exactly would the future career options look like? So the thing that everyone is imagining is a company, organization, or a structure where you get software engineers, software engineering managers, along with AI agents working in close collaboration with each other. So you would be using those AI agents and would look like your own colleagues or your own interns that you have hired, right? So the organization structure would look like this going forward. This is what is predicted, but again, it's very open-ended. Everyone can have his or her own point of view. Whom do you think will win the AI race? Maybe a random guess. We have been seeing NVIDIA winning the race. Then there's a new model comes in, DeepSeek. NVIDIA goes down by 17-18%. There were a lot of debates. Again, a very debatable question. what should we teach our children when all of this is happening? Would that same set of things that we were learning at our school or our university, what should we teach our children? So these are the 3 questions to ponder, to think on, and to understand when it comes to this era going forward from now. But yeah, that was it for the session. I think we are up with time also. It was great talking to all of you. Thank you so much. I hope it was insightful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsh. Stick around. We don't have a lot of time, but we'll just take 2 questions. One of them is mine. It's slightly off topic. I'm not going to talk about the developers community, but I'm going to talk about content a little bit.
Okay.
So you make such great content, so much of that goes viral. And if I'm not wrong, most of that you're shooting yourself.
Yeah.
You haven't used the AI video generated platforms yet.
Yeah.
And so many of those videos, so many of those reels does even better than, say, a platform like Varun Maya.
Yeah.
Numbers I'm talking about. But platforms like Varun Maya, a lot of other platforms, they're moving on to the AI generated platforms now.
Yes.
So what would you think the future looks like to reach out to the masses, to reach out to the ground level, is an actual person shooting the content? Because you can make out.
Yeah.
Does that make it better? Or are we soon getting to a time where all content is going to be AI generated?
So still I am in the phase where I'm evaluating. I had various options. A lot of these agencies do reach out to you every time. They pitch you that they will build content for you and you don't need to worry about anything and everything. But I'm still in the evaluation phase. I have seen various AI clones of me, various AI voices of me putting out content. They have shown me. But still I would feel with the time, things are going to improve. I think yesterday only I was seeing one more model that trained Einstein's voice, and it looked pretty good. It not only just face or expressions, but entire body gestures, the data was trained. So it looked very, very good, right? So things would change going forward. Maybe at some point of time we would shift, or it would again be a mix of AI generated content plus human content. But you can't just move to AI generated content. You would need to have that emotional connect or something that you just put out very randomly rather than building the content, scripting and stuff. So raw content also works in. So you need to have a mix of both AI generated and raw content. But as of now, I'm not using that AI generated content, but soon might be.
Absolutely. Love that idea. You will need that human touch. One more question we have time for. Anybody with any questions? Especially budding developers, budding software engineers? Then I myself will ask one last question. Will there soon come a time with all this low-code, no-code platform becoming the absolute norm? Will there soon come a time where the students who are learning to be developers, will they start asking themselves a question, okay, what is even the point of training ourselves in all of these languages when it's pretty much all no-code, low-code?
That's already, I think, in place. A lot of these no-code, low-code AI tools coming into picture, and you can build. I was talking about Bolt, or I was talking about Lovable, or you've seen platforms like Zoho, where you can build those platforms or those website or front end or back end of that particular website very easily. What we predict in future is, again, you can't, when it comes to scale, so scale is not something that can be managed by AI as of now, but let's say 5 years down the line, we would see something new coming up. But yeah, hopefully not all the jobs will be eliminated, or we would see some transformation or newer aspects of jobs coming into picture, how trends in jobs or how creation of new jobs would be complemented with AI coming into picture. So that's how the future looks like.
Absolutely, and very, very exciting times. Ladies and gentlemen, Harsh Goel, what an insightful session. Huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Harsh.
Stating success criteria is AI metrics, data metrics. But by the end, they wanted their KPI needle moved from 20% to 90%, right? And yeah, so what are your views on that?
No, absolutely. I think that's what I said if I did not articulate well. So it doesn't matter whether you're using Gen AI or not, AI or not. So it should be driven. That's the right approach. They should not worry about this accuracy of LLM. They should worry about these KPIs, which I mentioned. So that's the right approach. Now it's up to us, or the product managers, to align, as I was saying, the Gen AI's accuracy or not. So that is just one of the ways to move the needle of the KPIs. So I don't have any fixed answer, but that's how it is, right? So that's why the understanding of domain, understanding of business is very, very important than just knowing these LLM. So yeah, so that's exercise we need to do for your use case, and then try to find out. Yeah, but that's a question we should ask ourselves daily.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Anybody else? One last question, and then we'll move forward. Anybody else has a question for Ankush? Okay, let's have one last question here. Sir in a sweatshirt, gray sweatshirt. Let's get the mic to sir quickly.
Hi. So in the slides you mentioned Bharat GPT for Indian rural use cases, right? Where the revenue potential and the cost efficiency is very important. How do you implement Gen AI, because that is still very costly, right, as per today?
No, as DeepSeek is saying, is 95%
But
cheaper.
that's still very costly for rural India, right? Or do you have a different opinion?
No, see, yeah, so I got your point. See, it depends if the farmers are your direct customers or not. So if you solve a problem, and if they really make more money, or they reduce their existing operational costs, so they'll pay. But if you're asking specifically about us, we are not B2C. So we partner with the businesses, they pay us. They would make money from their end customers. So, and how do we reduce the cost? We reduce the cost with the composite AI approach. We don't use Bharat GPT for 100% of our use cases. Even in one use case, if there are 100 calls, only 20 calls would go to Bharat GPT. 80 calls would still be managed by the casual AI.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect. Thank you
that
so
was
much, everyone.
Ankush Sabharwal, founder, CEO, and CTO at CoreOver. Huge round of applause for Ankush, please. Thank you so much, Ankush. Before lunch, we have an extremely exciting challenge right here. Code Craze, the design face-off. I would insist all the people who are coders, who are software developers, do stick around, because you have a chance to code and generate live right here and then win really exciting goodies. I will request my team members, Ranjit and Saket, to come forward, and of course our volunteers to come forward to the stage, set up the desks, set up the tables. It's time to kick off our Code Craze activity, the design face-off. In the very exciting challenge, our participants will match the reference image through prompts. To get things started, we are going to pick the challengers who will be taking part in this activity. And we already have people who have subscribed for it, and we have picked 4 or 5, if I'm not wrong. And unlike yesterday, this will be an individual contest. Yes, let's start with the rules, and then we'll have the participant names announced as well. We have our team members here from Team AIM Media House, Ranjit and Saket, who will tell us the rules. Please, go ahead.
This is more of a prompt play, where we will be having a reference image. Using the prompt, we have to match the reference image. Okay, now we have the set of rules here.
It's not showing up. All right, so these are the rules. So the challenge is to create an image that is closest to the reference image shown. The reference image for each participant will be chosen at random, and each participant will be given 4 minutes to write a prompt and generate an image which is as close as possible to the reference image. So once you submit the prompt, a similarity score will be generated, and the evaluation criteria is basically who gets the highest score will win. So who wants to participate? We have a list as well, but if someone wants to participate from the audience.
Do we have any? Oh, lovely. We have a lot of hands going up there. Those 2 were the first red. Oh, but we had, should we get like fresh faces, no?
Yeah, let's have
We'll give fresh faces a chance. But our bro here in a red t-shirt didn't participate yesterday, so we'd love to invite him. Our bro here in the blue t-shirt, I think, did participate yesterday. No, you didn't. Okay, then come forward. Please. And we have bro here in blue shirt. Please do come forward. I think, if I'm not wrong, I'm speaking to Arman. People will hate me now for getting the name wrong so many times, but he did participate, and we'd love to have ma'am here. Ma'am in the black jacket. Yes, please come forward.
So one person at a time. People can wait over here. One person at a time. So one person will be coming on the stage. He'll write the prompt and...
Okay, let's have the rules clear. Let's have ma'am come here as well. And we can have the participants here in the front. All the 4 participants. As a matter of fact, we can have one more. Please come forward. Yeah. But please be seated here itself, bro. Be seated here itself. I think we have 7 people, which is great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is great. I think the maximum time being allotted is 4 minutes. That's max. So we have 4 minutes, 7 people, 28 minutes in total. That is the max. Ma'am, what is your name? Surbhi. Surbhi, would you like to go first? Please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Surbhi, please? Absolutely amazing. Surbhi is our first participant. We have the image, the reference image, which is here. And an image has to be generated which will come closest to this. And as you can see, there is a similarity score up there as well. Surbhi, I will ask you on mic. Please be seated. I will ask you on mic. Whenever you're ready, you'll start work and we'll start the stopwatch. All right, whenever you say you're ready. Of course, we'll have to be ready a little quickly.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's have the stopwatch started. She has started her work already, by the way. Yeah, and stopwatch has started as well. Surbhi, all yours. I'm really liking this. This is going to give us a presentation of how important prompting is live. Check. Ranjit, do they get one prompt attempt or do they get multiple?
There is only one attempt.
Only one attempt. Only one attempt. So the entire prompt before enter has to be your one attempt altogether. Interesting, very interesting. Good that I asked that question of only one attempt. Surbhi can see the timer on the screen. No, she can't. That's okay. 2 minutes, 16 seconds left. Guys, even the next 6 participants, this contest promises to be a lot of fun. So tell your friends, send them on WhatsApp to come join in quickly because you won't want to miss this. This is going to be a lot of fun. "70 seconds, Surbhi." What did Shahrukh sir say in Chak De India? 70 seconds. 70 seconds है तुम्हारे पास. That is the max Hindi cinema joke that you can crack in an AI event in Bangalore. Thirty seconds, Surbhi. I'm loving it. I'm loving this contest. 18 seconds, Surbhi. 10. 8 seconds, Surbhi. 'Wow, that is good stuff. Excellent. Incredible. Wow. Wow. Surbhi, please stand up. Come look at your creation. That is fantastic. First attempt, similarity score 79.03%. Absolutely phenomenal. Huge round of applause for Surbhi. Well done, Surbhi. Very, very well done. Great start. Please take your seat. Who's going next? Who is the number 2 batter? Megha, you want to go next? Please, Megha, come forward. Kya baat hai? Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Megha. Absolutely amazing. This contest is fun. 79.02%, right? 0? I love it. I love it. She's like, no, 0.3. Amazing. All right. Megha, right? All right, Megha, the stage is all yours. The next 4 minutes all yours. Whenever you are ready, we'll start with the stopwatch.
Yeah, start.
Oh, it's a different picture. Stopwatch has started. Prompting will start. Stopwatch has started, Megha. Yep. I think she's reading the picture, which is great. Man, this is some future disco. Very, very weird disco. I will not want to enter this disco. Yes, please, please. Your time has started. What is that word? Dystopian. Some dystopian future pub this is. In Indiranagar. Sir, doesn't matter. People outside will be falling anyway on 31st night. Ladies and gentlemen, we know how much fun this is, and not just fun, this is art being created through AI live. This is great, beautiful coding being done through AI live. So tell your friends to come forward to Hall 1 right now. We have our second participant and we have 5 more. They don't want to miss this. Tell them to come forward to Hall 1 quickly. Megha, 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. Megha, 30 seconds remaining. 25 seconds. Ten seconds, Megha. 9, 8, yes. You have to put your name as well. Megha, time is up. Let's generate. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Similarity score is 67.90%. She's got the lighting bang on. I think this is also a futuristic pub in Indiranagar. Let's have a huge round of applause for Megha. Come on, guys. Megha, very, very well done. Thank you so much. 4 boys here. Who wants to go next? All right, please, please come forward. Come forward. Let's try to quicken up the process as much as possible. Oh boy. Fort clocks of nuts. Love it. Sir, what is your name? Akhil, dekh lo pehle अच्छे से. Zyada time is not there. And then you can start off with prompt. You start typing, stopwatch starts. Perennis. Oh, there's some weird animal behind as well. Akhil, are you ready? Ready to type out?
5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds. He was about to say 2 minutes, then he realized that's not there. So 5 seconds. I like this guy. This is something we call Mandavali in Mumbai. That's a nut. That's a nut, yeah. All right, let's have the stopwatch. Akhil is ready. Stopwatch has started. This is a challenge, guys. The flowers are from a Karan Johar film, but the animals are from a Pixar animated movie. I mean, what do you prompt? Let's have the music a little less. I'm pretty sure the developers need to focus a little also. Little more we can increase. Check. Akhil, 2 minutes left. 50% time left. It's not a full crowd, which is a shame, because I'm going to ask you guys a question and you guys are going to tell me how much are you guys enjoying this activity, this challenge. How much are you guys enjoying this challenge, guys? Come on, tell me. No, that is not enough. You guys will have to clap and tell us how much are you all enjoying this challenge, guys? That's more like it. And as promised, the same activity, the same challenge is going to happen tomorrow as well. All the people who will not be able to participate today will get a chance to participate tomorrow. All you have to do is get to our machine hack booth, check out so much that they have to offer there, and in the process, write down your name, number, email as well. 1 minute remaining, Akhil. After this, we have time for 3 more participants. 3 more. "17 seconds, Akhil. 10 seconds, Akhil. 5, no, 2, 1. Akhil, time is up. All right, moment of truth. That is so cute. That is so cute. Piranha's Fort clocks of nuts. I mean, this is pretty much the same picture, just that the kind of animation is a little different. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Akhil, man. Absolutely amazing. The only difference between the animation is that this is a 2025 film and that is a 1990 Tom and Jerry episode. But everything else is very much the same. Akhil, very, very well done. Congratulations. 72.35%. Huge round of applause for Akhil once again, guys. Thank you so much. Up next, in order. Jaldi, jaldi, bhag ke. Quickly, quickly, yes. 72.35. What was Surbhi's score? Come forward, bro. And this image is from that very Tom and Jerry 1990 episode. Hi, man, your name?
Alan.
Alan. All right, Alan. Study the picture quickly, and then we start typing out the prompts. Alan is our third last participant, and then we have 2 more. The jar is on spaghetti for some reason. That's what I think that is, spaghetti. It could be wool. All right, Alan, are you ready to start typing out prompts? Yes, okay, let's have the stopwatch.
Let's go back again.
We'll quickly call out the scores once again. We have Megha at 3rd position with 67.90%. Akhil with that lovely creation at number 2 with 72.35%. And still leading at number 1, our opening batter, our Smriti Mandhana, Surbhi, 79.03%. So somebody who needs to win needs to get 79.04. Check. So many of our viewers are standing there and watching. Please come forward. Loads of seats here. Please come forward. Loads of seats right here in front of the stage. Fill them up. Right after this, we have a very short little lunch break. And then we have the highlight of today, MLDS 2025. That is 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. One of the biggest and most renowned data science awards in all of India.
Let's go back again.
Check. The 90s kids, okay, we are not kids anymore, we are oldies. The 90s oldies will relate to this. There was a show that used to come on Nickelodeon called Cat Dog, a cartoon. This picture is kind of reminding me of that. Alan, 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. That was quite the beat drop. Let's have some music, sir. Alan, 60 seconds remaining. All the lovely people who are walking into Hall 1 right now, please do come forward. A lot of seats here, right here in front of the stage remaining. Come forward and cheer our live coders on stage. Coders, prompt engineers. Twenty seconds, Alan. Moment of truth. That is cute. That is very cute. That is lovely. And the similarity score is off the charts. Alan, my man, well done. 85.91%. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Alan. Absolutely amazing. Well done, Alan. Well done. Please take your seat. Two more folks. Quickly, quickly. Quickly come up on stage. Let's brisk walk a little. Very well done, Alan. Very well done, all our participants up until now. 85, oh boy. This is that challenging picture again. But he has context. That is there. A little advantage. Should we generate a new image? We can generate a new image. I think we should generate a new image. All four participants up until now have gotten a new image. Same picture? Same picture? Ooh, interesting. That's yeah, you can write Chinese alphabets. Yeah. Okay. Your name, brother?
Karthik.
Karthik. You can study the picture. We'll give you a little time, not too long.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start the stopwatch for Karthik. All right. Very interesting picture, some Messiah. This picture is like if Amitabh Bachchan in the middle of the night was saying, Rishte mein to hum tumhare baap lagte hain, naam hai Shahenshah, but in China and in a futuristic world. That's my rendition of the picture. And that's exactly why I'm not there, but here with a mic in my hand. Karthik here, our second last participant. And then we have one more. The highest score to beat now is 85.91% by Alan. Soup. Zoom. I was like, soup, not here, there. Oh yeah, there's a drone up there. I just saw. Whoa, whoa! Karthik, you have time, by the way. Just saying. Percentage. Similarity score. Oh, Karthik, you had time. But well done, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Karthik. Thank you so much. But this looks like a lovely image, actually. This doesn't even look AI generated. Amazing picture. All right. Our last participant. All set. Your name, brother? Akshat. Hi, Akshat. We have the image here. This is an image directly from Avatar 3. All right, Akshat. Study the image a little bit. Let's not start it now. Design face off. I love it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll start. Yeah.
All right, Akshat, your time starts now. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, highest percentage up until now, 85.91. That's nearly 86 by Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, code craze. 2.5 minutes remaining. Akshat. I know this contest is a lot of fun. I'm watching and having so much fun. You guys are as well. So for the people participating, it's equally or even more fun because you're literally creating live. So I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't take on more participants today itself, but don't be disheartened. We have tomorrow on our finale day, Code Craze. One of the challenges is going to be this itself. It's going to be design face-off, exactly the same. Come forward through the day tomorrow in the morning. Get yourselves registered in the machine hack counter, and we will have your name right here, and you will be participating tomorrow. "90 seconds, Akshat." "1 minute, Akshat. Dot. Let's get our award outside. Let's get our victory prize outside. And keep it ready. "30 seconds. Akshat. "10 seconds, Akshat. 10 seconds. Less than that. 5. I'm getting anxiety. Okay, moment of truth. Bam! Man, that is close. That is well done. Akshat, be here on stage. Lovely. Let's have a huge round of applause for Akshat, man. Come on. Akshat, I don't want you to do extra cardio because you will have to come back up on stage anyway. Akshat is here. Let's have our participants. Karthik, Alan, Karthik, Akhil, Megha, Surbhi. Yes, please. Come up on stage. All of our participants. Laptop is not needed at all. Please come up on stage. For the people who do remember the similarity score, know who the winner is. But I think we've had some exceptional performances right here in front of the stage, please. All 6 of you. And we would request a very, very special person from AIM Media House, Dr. Vaibhav. Dr. Vaibhav, sir, please come up on stage. We'd like you to give out the prize. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Dr. Vaibhav, please? Yes. Alan, do come forward. Alan is our winner with 85.91%. There you go. Huge round of applause for Alan, guys. Thank you so much. Well done. Let's have some pictures. Sir, right in the middle. Let's have some pictures. Lovely, Alan, well done. But Dr. Vaibhav, we would like you to give out these caps to each one of our participants as well. Everybody played amazingly well. They deserve this goodies from AIM Media House. Thank you so much. Well done, Akhil. Ladies and gentlemen, Surbhi's creation was absolutely amazing. Can we have a round of applause? Wonderful. And Megha. Great job. Banta hai. A cap as well. Thank you so much, Vaibhav sir. All 6 of you together, please come forward and let's have a group picture. Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much, guys. Do take your seats. You guys were amazing. Thank you. All the other participants who registered did not get a chance to play. Tomorrow, same game, right here at 1 p.m. We'll have a lot of fun. Guys, fun ka silsila has just begun. It is going to keep continuing. India's one of the most renowned data science awards, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. Let's have the music a little slow, sir. Music thoda niche karte. Akshay Kumar had a lovely dialogue. बहुत memes bane uspe. Thank you so much. Yes, the Data Scientist Awards 40 Under 40 starting here from 2:25 p.m. We'll have the lunch a little shorter. 2:25 p.m. we resume here. From 2:30 the awards will be given out. 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. So many of you are nominated. So many of your friends and family members are nominated. So please be here to support them, cheer for them, encourage them. We will meet you all 2:25 p.m. right here with the award ceremony. And the people who have not enjoyed lunch till then, please enjoy the lunch. And I'll see you back here at 2:25 p.m. This is me, Korak Roy, signing off for a very short while. Thank you so much. Music. Check. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, in a very short while, we'll be kickstarting with one of the highlights of Mlds 2025, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. In a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. We request you all to be seated, take your seats, settle down. Tell your friends who are enjoying the lunch. The chicken and the fish was pretty good today. Tell them to come back because a lot of them are nominated. And in about 5 minutes' time, we'll be starting off with the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. Check. The photographers and the camera people, the photographers and the camera team are requested to come forward towards the front of the stage. Music. Check. We can dim the lights, sir.
बैटरी कम हो गया तो इधर लेके आना बैटरी चेंज कर
Check. Let's dim the lights for just 1 minute, sir, and keep the music on. Check. All right. Let's have the lights, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, post-lunch, we're back. What a great session we had, Code Craze. Some amazing, amazing live demonstration of what the power of prompt engineering is. Up there on the stage, we saw it, and it was an absolutely fantastic contest. We'll have the same contest tomorrow as well, but with a twist, with a lot of twists. Gives me great, great pleasure to welcome you all here once again. This is day 2 of Mlds 2025, quite literally India's biggest generative AI developers summit, or as Ankush said a little while back in his session, maybe even India's only generative AI developers summit. There are very few that happen in the world too, is what he said. So yeah, we are here after lunch. I hope everybody has eaten well. Lovely menu, great desserts is what my friends told me. But now we are here. Now we are here for one of the absolute highlights of Mlds 2025, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards across the country. This is one of the most renowned data science awards that you all are about to receive today. 40 of the top achievers from you all, and of course, 2 of the greatest firms as well. Details of those I will give you guys. But up until now, in the first day and a half of Mlds 2025, you all have been an absolutely sensational audience. So can we have a huge round of applause for you guys? Let's have a round of applause for you guys. An amazing, amazing audience. Thank you so much. My name is Korak Roy. I'm the lead anchor of AIM Media House, the very, very proud organizers of Mlds 2025. Now, before we kickstart with our award ceremony, I would like to give this important information to you all that all the awardees, the 2 firms, and then the 40 awardees are requested that please stay back right here, because at the end of the award ceremony, we'll have a lovely group picture here with the entire gang. It's going to look great. So yeah, do stay back. And now, without any further ado, I would like to call up on stage our first presenter and our very, very guest who is going to present the awards out. Let's welcome visionary tech entrepreneur, the founder, CEO, and CTO of CoreOver, Ankush Sabharwal. Can we have a round of applause for Ankush Sabharwal, please? The timing could not be more perfect. Ankush, welcome once again to the stage. Please take the center stage. To kickstart the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards, our first segment is going to be the best firm for data scientist certification. A certification that surveys a company's data scientists and analytics employees to identify and recognize organizations with great company culture. The survey goes on for nearly a year, let me tell you. And for this edition, our first winner, a leading provider of data analytics and business intelligence solutions dedicated to helping organizations harness the power of their data to drive informed decision-making and business growth. The first winner of AIM's Best Firm for Data Scientist certification is ICE Analytics. Can we have a huge round of applause? Eyes Analytics. What's even more impressive, Eyes Analytics has been certified as best firm for data scientists for the second time in a row. The representatives are coming on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Eyes Analytics. Let's have some music and some pictures right here in front. Great photo op moment. Best firm for data scientist certification, Eyes Analytics, awarded for the second time in a row. Thank you so much. And our second winner for the best firm for data scientist certification, a global programmatic media partner specializing in advanced marketing analytics, data science, programmatic solutions, with expertise in audience targeting, real-time programmatic advertising, cross-channel media optimization, and advanced analytics. The company empowers brands and agencies alike to unlock the absolute full potential of their marketing strategies. The second winner for the best firm. Oopsie daisies. Oops. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. I don't know if I'm audible right now through the mic or not. Am I? I am. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was actually the beat drop moment. Our second winner for the best firm for data scientist certification is MIQ. Huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, MIQ has been certified as the best firm for data scientists for the third time. An absolutely incredible achievement. Let's have a huge round of applause once again for MIQ. MIQ representatives, I'm going to request you to stay back on stage for a group picture. And I'm going to request the two representatives from Eyes Analytics to come forward to the stage quickly with the certification, of course, so that we can have a lovely picture. We request the representatives of Eyes Analytics to come forward on stage. And of course, Ankush is here. It's time for a lovely group picture with both the awardees, MIQ and Eyes. That's the moment, guys. This is the moment that you put your hands together. MIQ and Eyes Analytics, the two best firms for data scientists for the third time. So many of the students that are here since yesterday, if you are data scientists looking for a great place to work, I think you've got two of your answers right here. MIQ and Eyes Analytics. Thank you so much, Ankush, but we won't let you go just yet. Nah, absolutely not. Let's reduce the music a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the main event of the day and the absolute highlight of MLDS 2025, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards for MLDS 2025. Now, this award will go out to individuals, obviously, and we have a new sponsor that's come on board. That's L&T. Yeah, but they just have one condition. L&T just has one condition. If you're a guy and you have won the award, you can't look at your wife's face. And if you're a woman and you've won the award, you cannot look at your husband's face. And 90 plus hours through the week. I am absolutely just kidding. I'm glad that some people here got the joke. L&T is not one of the sponsors, and they have not made demands like that yet. Yet, Mr. SNS. All right, now let's get back to business. 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. This prestigious award recognizes India's top data scientists. So many of you all sitting right here who excel in transforming data into valuable insights, demonstrating deep industry expertise and driving analytics growth within their organizations and with their clients as well. To present this year's 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards, of course, we have Mr. Sabharwal here on stage already. So without any further ado, I'm gonna get right into announcing the names of the winners. These names are in alphabetical order. Once I announce the names, I will request the winners to please come up on stage and receive their awards. First awardee of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award goes to Abhinav Vajpayee, Senior Manager Analytics of Razorpay. Huge round of applause for Abhinav, ladies and gentlemen. Music? Music less. Ladies and gentlemen, Abhinav is a hands-on innovator in data-driven business strategy, optimizing payments, ads, and content acquisition. His solutions are at Razorpay, Swiggy, and Vuclim, boosted retention, ad revenue, and cost efficiency, earning industry recognition across the country. Our first winner, Abhinav Vajpayee. Huge round of applause for Abhinav once again. Thank you so much, Abhinav. Our second awardee is the Vice President Analytics Lead of HSBC. Please put your hands together for Abhishek Kumar. Huge round of applause for Abhishek. Ladies and gentlemen, Abhishek is a data science leader known for high-impact analytics solutions across banking, FMCG, and retail. His work spans forecasting, pricing models, and customer insights, earning multiple awards for innovation and business impact. Abhishek Kumar, our winner of 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Huge round of applause once again, guys. Thank you so much, Abhishek. There's one request to this entire jam-packed auditorium that I would like to put across. There are 40 awardees. You all are filled with energy right now, cheering for your peers, cheering for your colleagues. But I've seen this happens. By the time it gets to 36, 37, 38, the cheer kind of gets lower. Don't let that happen. These are your colleagues, your friends, your peers. Cheer for them as much as you are for the 40th winner, as much as you did for the first winner as well. All right, let's move on to the next one. Principal Engineer of NatWest Group, Mr. Akhil Makol. Huge round of applause for Akhil, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Akhil is the Senior VP at NatWest Group, leads data strategy and cloud architecture for commercial and institutional domains. He drives AI and analytics adoption by aligning data products with banking standards and leveraging AWS Data Lake as well. One of our winners of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Huge round of applause for Akhil once again, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, our next awardee. He's the AGM of Lead Digital Downstream at Hindalco Industries Limited. I'm sure he knows already, so he should be standing up. Please put your hands together for Akshay Jain. Huge round of applause for Akshay. Ladies and gentlemen, Akshay Jain is a data scientist transforming aluminum manufacturing with AI, predictive analytics, and Industry 4.0. He leads a team optimizing operations and driving AI adoption on the shop floor, focusing on people-centric implementation. Winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, Akshay Jain. Put your hands together for Akshay once again, guys. Thank you so much. Moving forward, our next award winner, General Manager of Niva Bupa Health Insurance, Amresh Kumar. Huge round of applause for Amresh. Put your hands together, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Amresh, a data scientist with 15+ years of experience, has worked across insurance, banking, and digital marketing. He has successfully implemented renewal, planning, and reinsurance models with certifications in advanced insurance and Google Analytics. Please put your hands together for our winner, Amresh Kumar, once again. Give it up for Amresh, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, DJ sir. I love the music. All right, up next, our next award winner is from Genpact, Senior Manager of Genpact, Ankit Sati. Can we have a round of applause for Ankit, please, ladies and gentlemen? Lovely, popular guy amongst his peers. Ankit, a core member of Genpact's AI ML practice, specializes in computer vision and Gen AI solutions. With 7+ years of experience across industries, he is also an active Kaggle competitor and hackathon enthusiast. Winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, Ankit Sati. Give it up for Ankit, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Up next, our next awardee. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our next awardee is the Deputy Director, Data Science of PepsiCo, Mr. Anup Kumar Goenka. Huge round of applause for Anup, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Anup is a data science innovator known for AI-driven solutions in forecasting and automation. He developed an award-winning AI meeting summarization tool and led predictive analytics projects optimizing supply chains and financial planning. Winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, Anup Kumar Goenka. Please put your hands together for Anup once again, guys. Come on. I can sense the energy slightly going down. We haven't even touched 15 yet. Come on, guys. Absolutely. Let's hear for Anup once again. Well done. Your colleagues, your peers, your friends. Cheer for them. All right. Our next award winner, Data Science Manager of Go-To Company, Mr. Anupam Tiwari. Give it up for Anupam, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Anupam is a data science innovator known for AI-driven solutions in forecasting and automation. He developed an award-winning AI meeting summarization tool and led predictive analytics projects optimizing supply chains and financial planning. Path-breaking innovator already, Anupam Tiwari. Huge round of applause for Anupam, ladies and gentlemen. And our next award winner is the namesake of one of the country's favorite singers, co-founder and CTO of Turbo ML, Mr. Arijit Jain. Put your hands together for Arijit. Ladies and gentlemen, Arijit is an ML researcher specializing in real-time machine learning for fraud detection and personalization. A former Google researcher and IIT Bombay graduate, he has published award-winning papers with 200+ citations. That's absolutely phenomenal. Give it up for Arijit Jain once again, guys. Come on! Up next, our award winner is Senior Manager, Data Science and Engineering at Neo Finew Solutions Private Limited. And the winner is Avinash Kanumuru. Put your hands together for Avinash, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Avinash is a data science contributor publishing acclaimed articles on platforms like Towards Data Science. He has also developed open source Python libraries, simplifying ML workflows and enhancing industry best practices. Give it up for Avinash once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. By the way, have you guys ever noticed in alphabetical order awards like these, there are 17 A winners, 17 S winners, and then beach mein all the other alphabets 5, 6. Yes. So we have pretty much all the A's done, and we finally move on to another alphabet. Ladies and gentlemen, Senior Machine Learning Research Engineer at Bloomberg. Please, yes, stand up. Our next awardee, Mr. Debanjan Mata. Huge round of applause for Debanjan, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Debanjan is a leading researcher in NLP, machine learning, and document AI, with publications in top conferences and patented innovations in document analysis. His recent work focuses on multimodal retrieval augmented generation, RAG, and enhancing financial and ESG data extraction. An absolute innovator, the Senior Machine Learning Research Engineer at Bloomberg, and winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Give it up for Debanjan Mahato. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. And with that, Ankush, we are tempted to make you stay on stage for a little longer. You have such a lovely smile. But we are going to let you take the stage. Thank you so much for presenting all of these awards. You've been such a great presence. Huge round of applause for Ankush, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ankush. Thank you so much. Up next, it's my absolute pleasure to invite our next presenter, the technology officer, the chief technology officer at Morningstar, Mr. Ravi Verrier. Can we have a round of applause for Ravi Verrier, please? Thank you so much, Ravi sir. Welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the A's and the D's, and now it's time for some doctors. Absolutely. The next award winner, Solution Architect at Robert Bosch Middle East, Dubai, Dr. Sheetal Patil. Put your hands together for Sheetal. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheetal, Dr. Sheetal, Prime Minister's Fellowship recipient, specializes in AI-driven machinery condition monitoring and predictive maintenance. Has 4 patents under his name already. Excels in fault diagnosis, XAI research, and solution architecture across India and the Middle East. Dr. Sheetal Patil, winner of the 40 Under 40 Award. Huge round of applause for Dr. Sheetal, ladies and gentlemen. Time for another doctor here. Senior Vice President, AI and Digital, 8-Bit AI Private Limited, Dr. Vikram Singh. Put your hands together for Dr. Vikram. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vikram is a researcher specializing in image super resolution, deep blurring, and deep learning. His work includes high-frequency refinement techniques and advanced neural networks for sharper image and video processing. Senior Vice President AI and Digital at 8-Bit, and now 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award winner. Put your hands together for Dr. Vikram once again, guys. Come on! Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our next award winner is the director at Tiger Analytics. Put your hands together for an amazing hairstyle personality, Mr. Gaurav Matre. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaurav. Gaurav is Gaurav is, that's the cue, sir. Gaurav is a data science leader with 13 plus years of experience, drives AI innovations across CPG, healthcare, telecom, and e-commerce. At Tiger Analytics, he has led route to marketing analytics, pet food optimization, and 5G network routing. Not to mention, he is an absolute killer owner of a hairstyle. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaurav Matre, huge round of applause once again. Our next award winner is GLO Technical Director, AI and ML and Cloud of Ford Motors, Mr. Gopinath Chidambaram. Put your hands together for Mr. Gopinath, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Gopinath holds 5 patents in autonomous vehicle perception and has filed 2 more in AI-driven monitoring systems. He is also co-authoring Gen AI Untrained, an upcoming book on AI concepts and applications. Innovator, author, patent master, and now 40 under 40 Data Scientist Award winner, Mr. Gopinath. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, our next award winner is the Associate Vice President of Analytics at Paytm, Mr. Kantesh Malviya. Put your hands together for Mr. Kantesh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Kantesh is a data science leader known for mentorship and thought leadership. He has spoken at IIT Bombay and developed innovative analytic solutions, driving user engagement and revenue growth across industries in the entire country. Mr. Kantesh Malviya, now winner of 40 under 40 Data Scientist Award. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Ravi sir, I did not know you have a thing for music. It's got quite the ring to it, isn't it? Yes, absolutely, sir. Up next, Head of Data Science and Analytics is our next award winner. Head of Data Science and Analytics at Tata AIG, General Insurance Company, Mr. Kulbhushan Patil. Please put your hands together for Kulbhushan, ladies and gentlemen. Kulbhushan is an award-winning AI leader recognized for innovation in risk management and user experience in insurance. His AI-driven solutions have earned multiple industry accolades, some of them being Best AI Technology and Outstanding AI and ML Solution Provider. And now, 40 under 40 Data Scientist Award winner, Mr. Kulbhushan Patil. Put your hands together for Kulbhushan once again, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, our award winner is the Data Science and Analytics Leader at Logic Monitor. Please put your hands together for Mahima Bansod. Can we have a round of applause for Mahima, please? In the 40 under 40 Data Science this year, I think, if I'm not wrong, the first woman getting an award. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mahima. Mahima is a data and AI leader with a decade of experience driving digital transformation at companies like Salesforce and Siemens. She has implemented ML models for customer retention, achieving a 94% renewal rate and 40% product adoption growth as well. Ladies and gentlemen, winner of 40 under 40 Data Science Award. Huge round of applause for Mahima once again. Massive congratulations, Mahima. Our next winner is the Associate Director Analytics at Games 24/7. Put your hands together for Mahesh Ramanujam. Give it up for Mahesh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mahesh led an award-winning project developing a game-wise adaptive user engagement model. Inspired by cricket analytics, it boosted D30 LTV by 20% while reducing spends by 15%. Absolute innovator, now winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Put your hands together once again for Mahesh. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award winner, the Vice President of Wells Fargo. Ravi sir will be very, very happy. So will all of us here. Please put your hands together for Mehuli Mukherjee. Come on, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Mehuli is an analytics leader specializing in GenAI, LLMs, and NLP. Her parents are here?
Actually, so my in-laws are here. I would request them if they can stand up. Baba, Ma, if you can stand up. Thank you. Last but not the least, my husband is also here, who is actually another awardee, another 40 Under 40 awardee. So, this year. Ritvik, if you can. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Absolutely adorable. Mehuli is an analytics leader specializing in GenAI, LLMs, and NLP. A gold medalist, PhD researcher, developing an Indian Sign Language recognition system while mentoring in AI and advocating for social impact. Not to mention, an absolutely wonderful human being with such a lovely family. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mehuli, ladies and gentlemen? SNS sir. SNS sir, this is what happens when you look at your wife's face and your husband's face. You build good family relations as well. Ouch. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next award winner. VP at EXL a Service, Mr. Namit Chopra. Can we have a huge round of applause for Namit, please? Come on, guys. Give it up for Namit. Ladies and gentlemen, Namit developed EXL Property Insight Solution, patent pending, and applies NLP Gen AI to insurance claims. His work includes LLM-based claim summarization, fraud detection, and cause of loss identification. And now, winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Put your hands together for Namit Chopra. Up next, sir, our next award winner is the Data Scientist Associate Director at Accenture. Please put your hands together for Namita Khurana. Huge round of applause for Namita. Ladies and gentlemen, Namita is a leader in revenue growth management, specializing in pricing, promotion, and assortment analytics across global markets. She has developed patented solutions, including AI-driven conversational tools for strategy optimization and decision-making. And now, winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Put your hands together for Namita Khurana. Thank you so much, Namita. Our next award winner, Manager AI and Cognitive Solutions at E& Enterprise, which was formerly called Etisalat, Nandita Saini. Put your hands together for Nandita, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Nandita led the productization of E& Enterprises Gen AI-based utilities Copilot. She successfully turned the concept into a launched product, driving further innovation. An absolute innovator, now winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, Nandita Saini, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for her. Thank you so much, Nandita. Ravi sir, have you had a session here at MLDS already?
Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
So I can make a plug for that.
Please go for it.
No, it's okay. I think you all are welcome tomorrow afternoon sometime. This hall only, I think. You're right. So we deal with a lot of data. So a lot of data feeds into a lot of artificial intelligence. And we do some small shortcuts as well. So pretty much we'll give you a full flow of the pipeline with some videos.
3:20 p.m. And Ravi sir, we'll talk to you tomorrow, of course, regarding the entire session. But up until now, your experience at MLDS, how's it been like?
I think thank you all for the organizers. This is a very good event. We couldn't participate in large numbers from my organization. And we are based out of Vashi in Mumbai. But things have been improving. I came here earlier in Cypher 2023, I believe. And continuously things have been improving. And we are seeing a lot more young people coming up. The only request I would have next time, you should do 40 over 40.
40 over 40?
And 50 over 50.
I like that. We'll have two different awards then, sir. One for the young people, one for the not so young people.
Yeah, that should be good, no?
Absolutely.
So we can try that as well.
Definitely.
Then your numbers will continue to go up, 100 over 100.
Sir,
Thank you all.
Looking at the current Indian pollution system, 100 over 100 seems very difficult nowadays.
No. I think we will have. The longevity is very, very important. So today's day and age, it's not about where you are in the career ladder. I got lucky, became a CTO. I was in Accenture as well at a certain point of time as an MD. So what is very important really is how long we can be in the business. Most of the people around here, certainly the 40 over 40 or 40 under 40, will be there living to at least 90 and 100. So you should also ask for that. And the longer you can play the game will continue to be the most important thing.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ravi Warrior, huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Ravi sir. What a lovely, lovely personality. I will be looking forward to his session tomorrow at 3:20. And now gives me great pleasure to invite our next presenter, founder and CEO at Plotch AI, Manoj Gupta. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Manoj Gupta, ladies and gentlemen? Please put your hands together. Once again, I will mention to all the awardees, all the award winners, please stay in the hall itself, because right at the end, we will have a lovely, lovely group picture with all the 40. It's gonna look great. So yeah, do stick around. We have Manoj Gupta here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we have a round of applause for Manoj sir? Thank you so much, Manoj, for joining us. Our next award winner, Head of Analytics at Godrej Consumer Products, Mr. Nishant Ranjan. Huge round of applause for Nishant. Ladies and gentlemen, Nishant developed innovative pricing, forecasting, and AI-powered analytics models, including a first-of-its-kind promotion attribution model. He also pioneered MLOps best practices, enabling scalable machine learning deployment. And now, winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Give it up for Nishant Ranjan, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, our next award winner is the Associate Vice President Innovations at BA Continuum India Private Limited, which is Bank of America's subsidiary. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Pankaj Goel. Put your hands together for Pankaj, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Pankaj pioneered demand prediction in the CPG industry, analyzing country-level demand impact on product lines, earning recognition from Procter & Gamble. He recently completed a proof of concept on digital transformation using LLM and a Gen AI. Associate Vice President Innovations at BA Continuum. Please put your hands together for Pankaj Goyal. Give it up once again, guys. Up next, award winner is Senior Manager at Merkle, Pavak Biswal. Please put your hands together for Mr. Pavak, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Pavak is a data science leader with 13 plus years of experience, has driven business impact through AI and analytics innovations. He designed Gen AI-powered chatbots, optimized pricing models, and led multi-million-dollar analytics projects across industries. While he was coming up, maybe because short notice, तो आप लोग ना थोड़ा ठंडे हो गए थे. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together properly and nicely for Pavak Biswal. Moving on, our next award winner is the Principal Data Scientist at Gainsight. Give it up for Pavan Kumar Rajput. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Pavan. Ladies and gentlemen, with 10 plus years of experience in NLP research and development, has worked for companies like Rakuten and Hawaii, and winner of 10 plus international competitions. And now winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, Mr. Pavan Kumar Rajput. Put your hands together for Pavan once again. We have a few more awards to be given out, but before that, I have one question to ask you. Are you enjoying here at the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award or not? If you are, let's have a huge round of applause. Come on, guys! Amazing. That shows the absolutely incredible audience that you guys have been, and that applaud was quite literally for AIM Media House and MLDS 2025. Moving on, our next award winner, Senior Manager AI at ServiceNow, Pushpanjali Sharma. Put your hands together for Pushpanjali. Ladies and gentlemen, Pushpanjali is an AI and data science expert specializing in AI product management, NLP, and predictive analytics. Her work at ServiceNow and beyond has driven innovative AI-driven solutions with measurable business impact, and now winning her the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Put your hands together for Pushpanjali once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our next award winner, the Senior Principal Data Scientist at Mindsprint. Please put your hands together for Rajaram Kalaimani. Give it up for Rajaram. Ladies and gentlemen, Rajaram is the architect behind Mindverse, a Gen AI platform, a precision agriculture solution for the agri-supply chain. His innovations are now hosted on Google, expanding AI capabilities at a Mindsprint. Quite literally, taking AI to the grassroots level, which is so very important. फिर से, while he was coming up, आप लोग ठंडे पड़ गए थे. Ladies and gentlemen, Rajaram Kalaimani, come on! And I am so sorry, I am not a firm believer that if you are in Karnataka, it is okay if you speak Hindi. For those who don't know, I said that you guys were a little low on energy. is what I meant. Let's move on to our next award winner, the Data Science Manager and Senior Data Scientist at Commonwealth Bank of Australia, Mr. Ritwik Chattaraj. Put your hands together for Ritwik. That's more like it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ritwik is a data science leader with expertise in generative AI, LLMs, and robotics. He has led AI ML innovations at major banks, published extensively, and received multiple excellence awards. And he is also an extremely, extremely popular guy with his co-workers. Give it up for Ritwik once again. That's the spirit. That's how your co-workers, friends, peers, sometimes enemies should be supported. All right, guys, moving on to our next award winner, Deputy Vice President at Canara HSBC Life Insurance Company, Mr. Sachin Kumar Tiwari. Give it up for Sachin, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Sachin has led key AI and analytics projects, including GenAI chatbots, customer genomics, and sales governance models. His work spans predictive modeling, sentiment analysis, and geospatial analytics to drive business decisions. And now, winner of 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Give it up for Sachin once again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the music. Good music, sir. Good music. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award winner, Head of Data and AI, SVP ZUP. And the winner is Sairam Mushyam. Put your hands together for Sairam, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Sairam has revolutionized real money gaming in India through AI-driven innovations, regulatory frameworks, and data infrastructure. His work spans blockchain-based fairness validation, user integrity systems, and GenAI-powered gaming experiences, driving 30 million plus in annual revenue growth. So anybody with the Champions Trophy coming and the IPL coming as well, if you want tips as to how you can make more money on a daily basis with Fantasy League Cricket, you go to Sairam. And right now, put your hands together for Sairam once again. Associate Director of Data Science at Novartis. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shravan Kumar Koninti. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shravan? Ladies and gentlemen, Shravan is an AI researcher and innovator, developing self-service AI tools and large-scale AI projects. He has won multiple hackathons, pioneered generative AI applications, and contributed to healthcare AI advancements through collaborative research. And now, proud award winner at 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award. Ladies and gentlemen, Shravan Kumar, give it up for him once again. Our next award winner is the Associate Director at GSK. Please put your hands together for Sumit Kumar Pandey. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sumit? And can we have Sumit stand up, please? Are you Sumit Kumar Pandey? Somebody has just entered the auditorium. Sir, are you Sumit? No. By the looks of it, no. If anybody is a friend or a colleague here of Sumit, please give him a reminder that I think somebody raised their hand. Sumit Kumar. No, not you, bro. You've come from outer space. You can't know Sumit Kumar Pandey. He's raising his hand. Okay, anybody who's a friend or a colleague of Sumit Kumar Pandey, give him a reminder. His award is waiting. All right, moving on to our next award winner, the delivery unit head at Mathco, path-breaking company doing some path-breaking work, Sumit Pandey. Huge round of applause for Sumit, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, Sumit is an AI and data science expert with a patented service location optimization system for a global CPG brand. He also explores edge analytics, pushing the boundaries of predictive maintenance. Absolute innovator, now winner of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, Sumit Pandey of Mathco. Give it up for Sumit once again, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, absolutely path-breaking company and people of theirs doing some really path-breaking work. Moving on to our next award winner, which is also our last award winner, our 40th. So Sumit Kumar Pandey, you better come up on stage quickly. He's our second last, by the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next award and our last award winner of 40 Under 40 Data Science Awards, Senior Director, Machine Learning and Engineering at Angel One. Give it up for Swapnil Ashok Jadhav. Put your hands together for Swapnil. Ladies and gentlemen, Swapnil developed UB's first open source repository and India's first fintech language model, UB-BERT, earning recognition from Meta and media coverage as well. At an academy, he crafted Educore and OCR tailored for EdTech and presented it at NVIDIA GTC 2021. What an innovator. Give it up for Swapnil once again, ladies and gentlemen. Swapnil, I will request you, because you look like someone who doesn't really need a lot of cardio, I will request you not to go back to your seat, and I will request our other 39 award winners to first stand up in their seats proudly with their award and then walk up to the stage for a lovely group picture. And we also request Ankush and Ravi to come up on stage and join our awardees, and Manoj sir as well. Ankush sir and Ravi sir, we request you all to please come up on stage and join our awardees and Manoj sir for a lovely group picture. And of course, Sumit Kumar Pandey, yaar ab to kafi lamba loo break ho gaya. Now you should come back. Let's have some music, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we also request Ankush sir and Ravi sir, Ravi Warrior sir and Ankush Sabharwal sir to come up to the stage. And of course, all the awardees. I love this moment when it happens because the camera person is now absolutely not going to have a ball game because they have to set all of them. They have to do the entire setting, make sure everybody's in the frame. It's fun to watch. Some people will come forward, some will go back. Love it. Exactly what I was saying. We'll click a picture and then we'll take a video as well. Sumit Kumar Pandey, if you are here, please come forward. Your award is waiting. And of course, Ravi Warrior sir and Ankush Sabharwal sir. If you guys are here in the auditorium, please do come forward and join Manoj sir and all of our 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award winners. Once the picture is done, nobody move because I'll be coming in the middle and we'll take a video. Oh dear Lord. क्या ऐसा धक्का लगा मेरे को. Wow. Who is that? Who is that anti-aging person who walked out of the podcast? He would have fainted right now. All right. Did we get our pictures? Did we get the pictures? All right. Cool. Now it's time for a video. Let's have, ma'am, why don't you hold this mic with one hand? Thank you. Check. Oh boy, that was fun. Let's have the music for 1 minute, guys. मेरे गले को थोड़ा रेस्ट मिल जाए. Music, music. Check. Check one, check. Ladies and gentlemen, check 1 2 mic test. Wow. Award hote hi all of you are going away. How is that fair? We have a lot many more sessions, but no, I'm just kidding, because even in Hall 2, there are great sessions lined up. In Hall 3, there are great sessions lined up. But in Hall 1 also, great sessions are lined up. So stay back behind that. And a little birdie has told me that Hall 1 has up until now been the most entertaining one. So I'm just saying. Anyway, jokes apart, guys. All 3 are AIM's kids only. Hall 1, 2, and 3. So all are AIM's babies. But I have to announce this one thing. A certain Mr. Ved Prakash has forgotten his PAN card since yesterday. And he didn't even remember it. Abhi 15 minutes pehle he remembered that the PAN card is not with him. So Ved Prakash, son of Mr. Om Prakash, if you want your PAN card, it's been here for more than 24 hours, please come and collect it. All right, moving on to our next session. I am specially very excited for this session, because this is not going to be a session being taken by one thought leader, one industry leader, but 2. Introducing a breakthrough platform, build and deploy generative AI voice agents in just 24 hours. Imagine deploying a Gen AI powered voice agent in just 24 hours, guys. That is more time than what Ved Prakash has forgotten about for his PAN card. Employ a Gen AI-powered voice agent in just 24 hours. Sounds impossible, right? No, it is possible now. And these 2 thought leaders of ours will tell us how. And for that, we would like to invite on stage CEO and co-founder at Gnani AI, Mr. Ganesh Gopalan. And co-founder and Chief Product and Engineering Officer at Gnani AI, Bharat Shankar. Now let's have the music and let's have a huge round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, put your hands together, please. Hello, sir. Welcome to MLDS. There are 2 reasons, actually. that this particular session is very special for me because A, two absolute industry leaders, and B, next week, Ganesh sir, I'm hosting a podcast with you. Yes. Is there any reason why you chose 14 February, sir? You could have let the day free. I'm just kidding. I'm extremely looking forward to the podcast shoot with you.
I was having second thoughts right now.
Extremely looking forward to the podcast shoot with you. And before that, to this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ganesh, Mr. Bharat, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, and thank you for having us here. Today I'm going to talk about, firstly, what we do at Gyani.ai. And Bharat, my colleague, is going to talk about specifically a new agentic platform that we have launched in the market. First, let's get started by talking about Gyani.ai. And I'll try to keep it as short as possible. Fundamentally, Gyani.ai is a deep tech AI company. And this is born out of a few theses that we have. First and foremost, AI is largely an unsolved problem. Right? And we do need deep tech in multiple areas to solve it. We are firm believers that you can't just plug in different components or API calls to solve many of the problems in the industry. So we believe in owning various elements of the pipeline that help to solve the problem. So that's our broad thesis. That's why we have come up with a bunch of patents. We have over 10 patents, largely in the AI space, which have helped us in this journey. Started this company around 7 years back, before this whole AI stuff became popular, right? Today, it's very fashionable to be in deep tech AI, but when we started off this company, not exactly the most fashionable thing to do. And so what have we done today, right? So we have about 200 customers in India and the US, where we offer them our generative AI products, right? And we'll talk about some of the products that we have. First and foremost, our product portfolio spans largely today all across the customer experience front. And we are moving to more and more operations that are within the business operations of companies. So what do we believe in? What we believe in is SLMs, right? And that's extraordinarily important for us because we feel that to solve problems in industry, especially when you have real-time systems where you need to reduce latency and you need to reduce the hallucinations, it's essential to have a model that you can control. And that's the reason that we have investments in the small language model space. And the other thing that I like to talk about is we have flexible deployment options. The reason why customers love us is because we offer multiple deployment options all across and we offer that all across our customers. We operate at scale. To give you a perspective of the scale at which we operate, at peak we have done 30 cross channels. Before we get into the details of a specific product, so we work all across the CX platform. So we start with voice biometrics, and that's completely our own tech. Basically, a few seconds of our voice, we are able to identify that it's indeed you who's calling on the contact center. So this is a very powerful product because as you start automating a bunch of voice applications, companies start worrying about fraud. And all of us have been victims or, people have tried to make us victims of phone phishing. And we know that voice phishing is, paramount in the industry, so you need to have a way to combat that. So we offer a bundle of our automation along with our voice biometrics. The second product is our Automate product, what we call as Automate 365. What Automate 365 fundamentally does is to automate conversations, right? And this could be voice first, but could be all across channels. For a lot of customers in the US, we automate conversations, for example, on iMessage. In India, we do a lot of automation of conversations on telephony voice, right? Assist is our real-time agent assist program. What this assist does is in real time, guides the contact center agents as to the next best action, the verbatim text of what they should say. What really brings to the table is lowering your average call handling time. With a large customer in the US, what we've seen is we have lowered their call handling time by over 15%. At the same time, we've increased their end outcomes for their existing agents by over 40%. Essentially, what we are trying to say here is through automate, you can replace human agents with AI agents. With assist, you can have a co-pilot that works along with human workers to make them do better. Lastly, we have our Aura 365, which is our post-facto analytics product. At this point, I'd like to pause and give the platform to Bharat to talk about our agentic platform. It's a fantastic platform that we built, especially for voice conversations. Over to you, Bharat.
Thanks, Ganesh, for this introduction. So now, let's look at a very specific case of voice AI agent, right? For example. So I'm sure, a lot of people today are trying to build voice bots or voice agents to be. Voice agent is the advanced version of, a voice bot, right? Where it can definitely, integrate with the ecosystem of, the enterprises and do much more than just handling conversations. So, but if you look at it, right, when developers try to build bots or voice bots, I'm sure there are multiple tools available today which will enable you to build that. But I think there are fundamentally several barriers for a voice agent, right, to be deployed for enterprises at scale, right? Building a fancy demo is definitely possible these days, but to be able to deploy this at scale for enterprises is a different challenge altogether. So I want to just start off with the barriers in general that people face today. Oh, before that, so just want to talk about our speech-to-speech LLM. So this is something new that we have developed. It's an advanced version of LLMs where it combines your speech layer and LLM layer, fuses them together into a single model. So there are obvious benefits of this. I'll talk about the benefits later, but we are going to launch this, or we are going to showcase this model at NVIDIA GTC, which is happening in California, in March. So, and we already announced it. We are using these models internally at this point, but this will be offered along with the platform going forward as well. Now let's look at the challenges, right? So first of all, in order to build a voice agent, of course, voice agent is a combination of multiple, technologies to begin with, right? So you would need a fantastic speech engine that can understand, user's voice. Then you will need, an LLM or an SLM sort of a layer which can, then interpret it. And then this is a traditional pipeline that I'm talking about, right? And then you would need a text-to-speech system which can sort of generate human-like voice. These are like this is the basic pipeline of a voice agent. But if you look at it, it's not easy to achieve the desired levels of accuracy for various verticals, various use cases, right? And of course, language being the other barrier to get in, right? So especially if you look at the low resource languages, some of the Indic languages, it is not easy to get hold of a very good model that can perform and give you highest levels of accuracy. Then of course, imagine that you've cracked the pipeline. In order to deploy this at scale, which can handle millions of conversations on a daily basis, you would need that infrastructure. And the infrastructure I'm talking about is not just your cloud or data center. We're looking at a huge GPU infrastructure for inferencing. Then we are also sort of looking at some, multiple routing layers as well, right? If you look at a voice agent, it starts with how do you get voice to your solution, right? Imagine you're calling a number, and how does the voice actually get routed to your agent? So that is the first piece of the puzzle to be cracked, which is not the easiest thing to do, to be honest, right? So imagine the amount of infrastructure level complexity and technology level complexity that that you face, right, when you're trying to build something at scale. And obviously, I mean, this is you're going to incur a lot of cost. I mean, it is a very expensive thing. Let's say, if you want to handle about 30,000 concurrent, voice streams, fundamentally, I mean, you would need thousands of nodes running in your data center and, of course, hundreds of GPUs as well. So obviously, there is a lot of, cost to begin with. So that is another barrier that you need to cross. Then, for enterprises, data security and privacy is a, very important thing, right? So, in order to assure data privacy, then there are certain, implementations that you need to do, right? I mean, there are certain regulatory requirements as well that will require you to be, ISO certified, HIPAA, GDPR, SOC 2, etc. Right? So that is another barrier that you need to cross if you want to deploy this for enterprises. Then the other thing, typically is, model management, LLM ops or ML ops. So imagine you are building multiple versions of these agents, right? So where do you maintain these? How do you revert back to one that was working, right? How do you have CI/CD pipelines, for example, where you can seamlessly move from your development to your staging to your prod? So that is another challenge that you need to overcome. So all in all, I think, while building a voice agent is not so complex with the tools that are available, but actually building it for enterprises at scale is a challenge. And that is why, you would need a platform, right? While you can try to do this outside of a platform, but platform makes it so much easier. So that's what we are introducing today. So we are introducing a fully generative AI powered agent builder platform, right? So this, moves beyond voice, beyond language, beyond conversations. You'll be able to build, your internal workflows, multi-agent workflows as well on this platform. But, why this is important and what sets this platform apart from that's already available? So first of all, it's an end-to-end platform, right, where, you can develop your agents, you can test your agents, and you can deploy your agents, right? So you don't have to do anything outside of this platform. On the platform, you can even write some code. Although it is a, no-code platform, you could still, write some code wherever you can. If you want to write your business logic, definitely that's possible on the platform. Then, the platform has exhaustive language support. We support 40 plus languages of the platform. So it makes it very easier to work, with low resource languages. Then the other thing is, of course, the availability and observability of the platform, right? So the platform is up and running 24/7, right? It is totally observable, and which of course is a challenge if you want to do certain things outside of the platform. So let's look at some of the key features of this platform. So if you look at voice orchestration as a problem, right? I'm still sticking on to a voice agent at this point, right? So typically you expect very high accuracy and at a very low latency, right? Imagine in a voice conversation you talk to an agent and an agent responds back to you in about like 4 or 5 seconds. So that would totally sort of kill the experience, right? So you want the bot to be highly responsive, wherein it can respond to you, in next 1 or 2 seconds. And this is, generally at this point only possible through the use of a speech-to-speech LLM, which basically eliminates, or it basically fuses both audio and language layers together, so that you get your response within next 1 second after your end of speech. So then, on the platform, we have also made it very easier to consume all this technology. We have about 100 plus agent templates that you can choose from, right? With one click of a button, you'll be able to deploy this, and then you'll be able to customize it further and put it in production. The platform also has extensive integrations ecosystem support. Today, the platform is integrated with about 100 plus integrations. When I say integrations, there are multiple dimensions to it. One of them could be your typical CRM layer, right? Likes of Salesforce, Zoho, Fresh, ServiceNow, etc. A lot of ticketing tools, that are very similar. Then integrations with voice carriers, for example, likes of Avaya, Cisco, Twilio, Amazon Connect, Five9, etc., etc. Right? So which can bring in voice into the platform. Let's say if you are already running a contact center and you're using Five9, for example, it is very easy to integrate our platform, to the voice carrier. There are pre-built SDKs and integrations that are already set up for you. Then, while this is a no-code platform, what we have also done is, made it developer-friendly. So we have platform SDKs, basically, which can be consumed by developers if you want to integrate your business workflows, within your application and still consume, your generative AI. So you can very well build your own application using the platform APIs as well. So the other key thing that we have done, right? So while all this, all the technology is baked into the platform, we are very conscious about the running costs that enterprises are going to incur, right, when running at scale. So we have made like a lot of optimizations within the platform where, it could be intelligent caching, it could be, using LLMs wherever that is required, and using other models. So it is a mixture of models that we use in the backend. But the idea is to sort of mitigate the running cost and optimize it, right? So that is another key feature of the platform. But it goes without saying that in order to do this, it requires a very complex web of services. There are multiple services that need to work together in a complex architecture. So, and it is also required that this platform has to scale seamlessly, right? We have enabled auto scaling for all our components. The platform can handle millions of conversations on a daily basis. It has been tried and tested, for about 30 to 50,000 concurrent conversations at this point. So, moving on, we will just look at a small intro video of the platform, right? So, which will give a sneak peek into the platform. We will put a QR code and contact us, contact details at the end, where you can write to us and get access to this platform. But at this point, this short intro video will give you a sneak peek into the platform. So I think the audio did not play, but yeah, so that is just a quick intro to the platform. Of course, there are, multiple, there are more features that are available, but, we request all of you, to, sign up and experience it yourself, right? Can you check on the audio? So, the other thing, which is very important as well when it comes to, voice agent is there are, so many optimizations that you need to do within the overall pipeline to give it, give the caller that experience, right? This, it requires extensive R&D effort in order to build these optimizations, and that is why I again stress the need for this platform. And of course, for all the optimizations that we have done, we have filed multiple patents. We have about 10 plus patents, filed specifically in the areas of, speech processing and.
Good afternoon. I am Priya from.
So what I'm about to showcase is live. It's a demo conversation which for a bot that was built on the platform. It's a conversation between a caller and a voice agent. A voice agent. The use case here is an insurance advisor. The caller comes in and he'll seek some advice on what insurance plans that he can buy, and the agent will be agent. Will navigate the conversation and take it to a closure. Right?
Good afternoon. I am Priya from Affinity General Insurance. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Priya. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm doing well, thank you. How may I assist you today? Are you thinking about individual coverage or do you need a plan for your family?
I'm looking at a plan for myself at this point.
All right. May I know your age so I can tailor the coverage accordingly?
I'm 35-year-old, Priya.
Certainly. Do you have any pre-existing medical conditions I should know about?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
ठीक है. कोई स्पेसिफिक हॉस्पिटल जहां जाना पसंद हो बता दो, मैं नेटवर्क चेक करूंगी.
I prefer either Apollo or Fortis.
Okay. Let me check the network status for Apollo and Voltage hospitals. Based on your needs, I have a couple of options. One is our Platinum plan offering coverage of 20 lakh rupees, and the other is our Gold plan with coverage of 10 lakh rupees. Would you like more details on either option?
I'd like to know more about your Platinum plan.
Excellent. The Platinum plan includes cashless treatment at over 5,000 hospitals, covers pre-existing diseases after
Also,
2
is
years.
daycare covered in this plan?
Yes, daycare procedures are covered under the Platinum plan as part of its comprehensive benefits package. Would you like to know more about any other specific features or benefits?
No, nothing at this point. I'd like to go ahead with this plan.
That's a wonderful choice. Shall I now guide you through the application process?
Yeah, sure.
Certainly. You will soon receive a WhatsApp link for document upload. Thank you for choosing Affinity Insurance. Have a great day.
Yeah. There are certain things that you can take note of here, right? So first of all, when the caller switched to a different language, he just said, when the agent asked, like, do you have any pre-existing diseases? He just said, nahi, aisa kuch nahi hai, right? So with just like 2 or 3 words, the agent was able to recognize the language switch, and the agent's language immediately switched to Hindi, right? And then immediately on the next utterance, the caller spoke in English and the language switched back. And also at some point, the caller also interrupted while the bot was talking, right? Technically we call it bargain, right? So that was also handled seamlessly. And all in all, if you, all the response time, if you look at it, was under 2 seconds all the time. It was there and there about 1.5 to 2 seconds. So all that, effort that goes in, all the innovation that goes in, ultimately transposes, into the seamless experience that someone who is who is calling in enterprises for a variety of reasons, right? The experience that he'll have is what ultimately matters, right? Thank you. Any questions? We support about 12 Indian languages at this point.
I've been using such a system for the last couple of months, and we had encountered certain problems. So I want to ask you if your system can handle that. The first thing is the Indian audience, like in yesterday's session also, that they tend to interrupt a lot. So I noticed that that interruption was handled well. But again, that seemed like your voice. When an actual customer is speaking, it is going to be very different. I've listened to close to around 2,000 calls. And so do you have some solution for that? Another thing in relation to this that I have noticed is when you showed your panel, I noticed that you have a STT engine and a TTS engine, right? So don't those add a lot of latency to the entire conversation? Right, in Google's session, we got to know of the native voice systems. Are those in queue?
So let me answer your first question. I think let's discuss. Why don't you try our system, so trying something else? I think that's the best way to answer your question. I could keep talking for hours here. So firstly, you need to have a barge. So it's also a question of how you tune your barge, and having the ability to tune your barge. Right? So that's why I said when I started, you need to have different elements and own them, right? Because you need to have the ability to customize. So based on, for example, I don't know where your end customers are and are they in noisy environments or non-noisy environments, you will have to modify those BART settings. And we will talk on that. Other thing is on something like end of thought versus silence detection. We'll talk on both those things post this discussion. I would encourage you to speak to us and let's see what we could do together.
Right.
On the second question, Bharat, you want to take it separately on our speech-to-speech systems and stuff?
Yeah, right. So, of course, I mean, with lot of system engineering, you can definitely optimize the whole experience, right? So, of course, speech-to-speech LLM is going to be the future, right? Where you can't have this pipeline with 3 different components, right? You need to have some sort of an understanding at an audio layer itself, right? Yes. So that is definitely going to the future, and that is what we already have, currently, right? So we're going to showcase that at the NVIDIA event as well. But the point is, just sticking to the traditional pipeline itself, right? There are certain things that you can definitely do to improve the experience. For example, noisy environment barge, right, is a common problem. But you can use certain, elements in your pipeline which will sort of negate your background noises, your background speech, right? In some cases, you can also do some contextual barge, right? That is another, hot thing, right? So that we have done with our voice biometric engine, where it can detect the speaker essentially, right? Anyone else talking, it won't trigger barge, but when the caller is talking, it can definitely recognize that. So this is just one of the examples, but you can definitely system engineer to control inadvertent barge. And moving on to the SLM, yes, understanding at an audio layer is going to be the future, but obviously the challenges are again your language support, whether it will work for, let's say, Indian context, right? How well does it work? How many languages can I support with that, right? But definitely we are moving towards that, and we already have a speech-to-speech SLM that can support 12 languages too.
So again, answer to your question, if you're using telephony voice, I don't know what channels you're looking at doing this.
It's a SIP trunk.
Yeah, if you're looking SIP, none of the global APIs that you will use will give you a good speech-to-text experience very clearly. right? Many of them are very good for, say, a mobile use, or those, especially for other Indian languages, right? But for telephony, let's talk. You can talk about our STT or our other models. It's also a question of which models and what you're looking for in your pipeline. For example, maybe you're just looking for a very good LID, like a language detection. So let's discuss more in detail, or just a contextual switch that you want to make. So let's talk more, and let's see what specific questions you have offline.
Yes, definitely. I'll discuss that offline. One more thing would be, I noticed that your platform is self-help. I can do the configurations by myself.
Yes.
Would there be someone from your team who could also watch and help us, or is it more of a self-use service?
So today our platform is used by our teams for end customers, right? What you see here as self-serve is just going to be launched in the market, not yet launched in the market yet. But today, if you want things to be developed, our teams can develop this for you, right?
All right. So you are live. That's.
Yes, we can do that for you at this point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any more raise of hands. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Ganesh Gopalan and Mr. Bharat Shankar from Gnani AI. Very, very insightful session. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Ladies and gentlemen, come on. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Gopalan, sir. Thank you, Bharat, sir. Moving on, guys. We have 3 more sessions. And let me tell you one thing. There was something that we all heard as well, as to things when they are different. We appreciate them more. They engage with us more. They intrigue us more. And the upcoming 3 sessions are exactly like this. It is not just jargons, but it'll be the use of generative AI in real-world problems and real-world industries. Right now, we'll find out the future of customer service with the use of generative AI, followed by what kind of changes are happening in the architectural industry. And last but not the least, in our last session of the day, it'll be about mental health. Absolutely. It'll be about mental health and how much artificial intelligence can play a role in that too. The speaker of that session is somebody I've already hosted a podcast with, spoken to him for 2 hours at length. He himself is a survivor of mental health and bipolar disorder. And the kind of insight that he gives, the kind of conversation that he does, it's hardcore, hard-hitting. So the next 3 sessions are going to be extremely insightful. Stay tuned for that. For our coming session, the future of customer service in life insurance using generative AI. Customer service in life insurance is evolving at a rapid pace, and we are about to find out how much generative AI is going to play a role in that, in not just the near, but the distant future as well. Please put your hands together and let's welcome on stage Vice President of Data Labs at HDFC Life, Mr. Ayan C. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Ayan C, please? Come on. Ayan, sir, welcome to MLDS. Is the hand all good?
It's okay for now.
All right.
I can manage, yeah.
Welcome, sir, and the stage is all yours.
Hey, hi, everyone. Good evening, and it's really great to see so many people over here. So actually, this C stands for Chaki. My entire name is Ayan Chaki, and I'm the Vice President of Data Labs. So Data Labs is a in-house data science department in HDFC Life, hosting around more than 100 data scientists, and we build solutions primarily catering our customers and our employees as well. Right? So I will try to focus more, I will try to bridge between the business and the technology, and we'll try to take you through the journey that we are doing in the customer service space and how GenAI is helping us in that. Okay. So maybe I will start a little bit, I will go a little bit back on time and we'll try to understand that how the entire evolution has happened from the AI space, right? If you look into the stuff, it is not something which is new, but the adoption is going more and more nowadays. The reason behind that is, obviously, the first thing is coming into the computing power. The second stage, which is very important, is identifying the correct use case. From the business point of view, that's very important. Whatever technology you use, I mean, be it Gen AI, be it traditional AI, be it predictive analytics, descriptive analytics, anything that you use, finally, the motto is to solve a business problem. We need to find a solution around that, right? Now, if you look into the time frame, the AI journey was not the smooth. During my college days, I am passed out of early 2000 from IIT. So during my college day, hardly any company in the AI space, they come for campus, right? And I remember at that point of time, the neural nets which were available, primarily like back propagation and the other stuff. I remember even the tools like MATLAB, if we run around 100 epochs, it takes overnight, right? In the evening, we used to run the program, go back to the hostel, come back in the morning, and the results would have been there. There is a time in 1984, if you see, right? There is a term which is called as AI winter. Now, at that point of time, there was already a very big question mark on the future of AI, that whether it is going to at all evolve, whether is it going to be real at any point of time. So the funding has very much reduced at this point of time. The companies are losing in interest. Then comes your early 2000, where the cognitive computing phases has started evolving, right? And with the deep learning coming into place, the AI has really started showing its power. It has started to bring the benefits it is supposed to do. Now, the transition in the last 15 years was very, very fast. Especially if you look into the last 5 years, right? After the Gen AI space has evolved, the enterprises like the erstwhile enterprises where the data security is one of the predominant important stuff, like, because we deal with a lot of personal information of our customers. So that becomes very important, and to cater the prediction is that 50% of the population by 2030 will be, and your Gen Z category. Now with that, the responsibility is now on the enterprise or Gen AI, or in the futuristic point of view, the agentic AI, and to take it to a phase where the customers can have a seamless journey, not only at the time of onboarding, but even at the time of the customer service as well. Okay. So coming to the next one, the next slide, this is the type of transition, right? If the earlier slide I've shown you the time frame, but from the technology point of view or the term point of view, if we see, we started with the cognitive AI, right? Where predominantly there were four major components: the sense, comprehend, act, and learn. Then come the generative AI. So with the decoder part evolving a lot, the open space, the open source space evolving a lot, it comes the generative AI phase, right? Where it is able to generate not only the text in a very specific way, but also the images and the audio to some extent. The next phase or evolution that we are slowly stepping in is agentic AI. And this is something which will actually bring the real power of AI. Till now, what we do, what we are doing, we're actually using AI or the ML stuff to primarily get the insight, right? But how to do an end-to-end transformation? How to build a system where you just need a certain input and the entire catering of the information to the customer can be done in a minute or a second's time without any manual intervention, right? So primarily that is something that we are doing today as well. But if you see the last mile connectivity between the AI and the legacy systems that all the enterprises have, those are primarily done by RPA, right? So the RPA are again a very much rule-based, right? It doesn't learn of its own. The way you program it to be, the way it functions in that particular way. Right? But if you can think of an intelligence RPA, with some sort of, maybe you can think of NLP over there, you do a voice command, your RPA will learn, your RPA will train, and it will act as per your own dictation. That becomes the real power of AI. And that is where your agentic AI is finding a lot of traction now. Okay? It's a very initial stage now. There are a lot of big techs or the deep techs, companies like Google and Amazon, etc. They're building a lot of framework around that. But eventually, this is going to be, this is going to be coming very fast. It will not be surprised if this space is becoming as much as like the generative AI space in the next 2 years. But what next, right? We have seen the evolution from 1950s. That it's not going to stop. It is only going to evolve more and more. The next phase probably will be AGI, or the artificial general intelligence. It's too early to comment in this particular field for now, because it is more of how we can interpret what exactly AGI is bringing in. There are all the big techs or the deep techs, they are spending a lot, billions, to look into that what exactly is coming in the AGI space. But we should hold us on, and we should look into that what's there in the future. Now, what is the impact, right? What is the impact of Gen AI, not only in case of any insurance industry, be it life, general, medical. I've seen a lot of people here from the insurance space. But overall, what is the impact, right? If you look into the generative AI, primarily all the different use cases that we do, okay, it evolves under 3 main headings. One is your summarization. So whatever we take the content, be it from text like email, be it from text like your chatbot or other bots output, we need to summarize that. Summarize and give a meaningful insight which can be useful for to know your customer well. And more you know your customer in a better way, better will be your service to the particular customer. So that is one thing that your Gen AI does. The second thing that your Gen AI does is the generation. Obviously, that's a generative AI, it will generate. But how it is useful for the customers, right? Suppose someone is coming to, or someone is pitching you a life insurance policy, who is in a category of, who has born somewhere around 2002, right? We have just joined the organization. And the pitch has to be very much relevant to the particular person, right? It cannot be a very generic pitch. The same person, when they're pitching to another individual who may be somewhere around mid-50s or maybe mid-40s or maybe early 40s, right, with kids and with a family, the pitch or the offering should be different over there, right? So the generation of the pitches in a automatic fashion, which will help the sales fraternity to sell the correct product to the correct individual, here is one more category of Gen AI, and that comes under the generation category. The third category, which is largely used, and most of the people are working on that, but where the chances of hallucination are most, and where the chances of getting damage due to hallucination are most, are the Q&A. Right? Hence, all the different type of RAG framework, all the different type of guardrails which are there, starting from the NVIDIA guardrails which are there, which are quite common and open source, the NEMO framework, must be many of you are working on that. They give a lot of precaution and prevention around those type of Q&A systems, where it prevents hallucination to some extent, it prevents giving incorrect information, it reduces the biases, right? Which are very, very important aspect for all the Gen AI cases that we are solving, and even the industry, the enterprise. If you see now also the enterprises are very cautious about using Gen AI. Right? Primarily, the Gen AI nowadays also is getting used for your internal usage, not for the interacting with the direct customers. The only reason is that how to prevent the hallucination, how it can be a foolproof stuff. Okay. So as I was talking about the risk, right? Risk and the human oversight. So it's very important to have a human in loop. You can do the automation. So suppose one of your tasks was doing around 100% manual around 5 years back. You can automate the entire task to maybe 70%, 80%, but still you need 20% of human intervention over there. Once that human intervention has been taken care of, your agentic AI will be in full swing. Right? So human oversight and risk are a very important part in case of any Gen AI system that you design or develop. Now from the human point of view, again, from the life insurance industry, if you look into any sort of insurance industry, it's a very regulated industry, right? So why? Because again, a lot of customer information are there. I mean, I'm sure many of you have your life insurance policy. You know the total journey that you have gone through, the total documents that you have given, and I will explain that in the next slide. So those documents has to be prevented, and adequate precaution has to be taken care of that is not going to the wrong hands, right? So it's not like that anywhere we can use whatever way we want to do, like when you even do from the developers community, when you do a sort of development, then you are free, right? You can use any of your tool, you can use ChatGPT, you can use maybe Gemini, you can use even the DeepSeek as well. But the problem is the enterprise cannot do that, okay? They have to take proper precaution before using those type of tools. The reason is again the same. Majority of the models now also is not in the Indian geography. And as per the regulators, you have to use the model in a way that the data is not going off your own geography, right? Though many of the things like the OpenAI, etc., they are now launching in some of the data centers in India as well, but still it is not foolproofed. So proper precaution has to be taken care of. If it is your private cloud or if it's your cloud with a proper VPC over there, definitely you can use it. But from an enterprise point of view, we need to take adequate precaution for that. Right? So if you look into the customer journey, right, in life insurance, what type of customer journey we do? So it starts from the onboarding stage. So forget about the part which is there on the left side. You concentrate on the right side, the data points. The data points that we take. All these things are unstructured data, right? You take KYC document, we take Aadhaar card, we take videos, right? I mean, the system, we have a in-house developed facial recognition tool as well, and then completely developed with our own team, where it takes care of the customer validation from the very beginning. From their onboarding stage, we have a tool which is called video check. So whenever a customer is getting onboarded, we send a link to the customer, so the customer can click that link. They can take a 15 seconds video captured on a web app or a mobile app, and that video get uploaded in the cloud. It get recognized with the KYC document which is there, which the customer has submitted at the time of taking the policy, and it gives a green check mark that everything is done. The journey get automatically completed in the legacy systems that we have, and the turnaround time by this type of systems has reduced significantly, right? So I'm just giving one of the example, the way it is getting automated in the customer onboarding phase. There are multiple other stuff with a lot of APIs which are after the Digital India initiative, right? There are a lot of APIs which are getting exposed by the government of India as well, through which we can connect through different databases, we can extract the information, we can do a lot of validation over there, right? So everything is taken care of in your customer onboarding journey. Then comes the customer servicing, which is a very, very important part. And if you all know about the different type of metrics on which a life insurance company is judged, one of the very important metrics is that how many customers are complaining. And it's very minutely observed by the regulators, right? Now, in the customer serving space, once you, and life insurance, why I'm saying again and again, it's not like every year we change. Okay, it's a long-term commitment, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Term policies that would take even 30 years, right? So at different stages, we need to give a very proper customer service, whether the individual through whom you have purchased the policy is there in the system or not, the servicing should not be impacted. So what we do, we have a lot of chatbots which are there. Primarily, again, as I told, that because the hallucination and the other problems are still there, it is driven by NLP, the traditional AI, but through the bots, through our call center, through the email interactions, etc., we cater the customer. Now, what we are getting through it, okay? We are getting a lot of data. When you call to a call center for certain query, we understand that there is a human being who is probably talking to you. Sometimes they are able to give a proper answer, sometimes they're not, and they come back later in the form of email, etc. But what we are getting through it is what you are trying to convey to an organization, to an enterprise. And believe me, that's the asset that as an enterprise we all have, right? We have to understand what you are trying to convey to us. What is the complaint, or is there any help or support that you need from us, right? And here comes the power of GenAI. It is not possible to handle all the customer calls by a human. It is not possible for them to write what exactly a customer is saying. It is not possible to do a transcription over there in a manual way. Now, suppose you have a STT, or you have a lot of speech-to-text engine nowadays. You have even the open source whisper model, etc. You use some of them. You convert it into a text. Then what? Then you need to understand, right, what exactly is the customer is telling to you, what exactly they are trying to convey to you. You got the data. The next step is that you need to get the insight. And there the GenAI part is coming very handy. Right? It collates the information from the call center, it collates the information from email, etc. And it tries to give a consolidated insight about the customer. Okay. After that, once you have completed your entire premium payment of maybe 10 years, 12 years, whatever is the duration, the most important phase comes where you will make claims, right? Or you will be given payout by the enterprises. Now, then again, you are not in a mood to again fill up maybe 10 pages of documents, maybe sending n number of information to the enterprises to give your money back, right? Hence, the entire journey is automated in a multiple way, with the help of the KYC authentication, with the help of penny drop, right? To analyze that if your bank account is active or not, with the help of understanding if in case of any unfortunate death of any of our payees, right? We need to get the death certificate. Now with the Digital India, that is also getting centralized. Okay. So with all this thing, the entire customer journey landscape in the enterprise space is going to change. It's already changing. There's a huge change which has happened. More changes likely to be coming maybe in the next 5 years. You will see a huge transformation over there, right? I spoke about majority of this point, right? Enhanced underwriting. Now, underwriting is a very important stage. Now, underwriting, the underwriters in the insurance are one of the pillars, right? They decide that what is the risk associated with the individual. The risk can be medical risk. The risk can be financial risk, right? So, hence, many of the times they will send a potential customer for a physical medical test where you will visit a diagnostic center. A lot of your tests will be done. Now think of a system where you need not go to a physical medical center. You just have to capture some maybe 30 seconds, maybe 60 seconds video, upload it. And everything, your medical vitals will come automatically with the help of your facial videos, right? Starting from your BP, starting from your BMI, to some extent, other heart diseases, cholesterol level, etc. can be. I mean, now there are technology where it is again not foolproof for the time being, but it is as accurate as 70 to 80%. And A lot of companies in India are working on that. From the abroad point of view, Israel is one of the pioneers in this particular space. Okay? So this is a platform. This is a platform that we have developed in HDFC Life from scratch, completely on open source stack. And this is the platform which is catering all the GenAI applications, or I will say majority of the generative AI applications that we are using in HDFC Life. Now, the question can be that why? Why we need to build another platform when we have so many stable systems around, right? The only reason is again the same, that we need to be absolutely sure about customer data. Till the time it is there in our CC system, we are okay. The time it is going out, we are still okay if we are using some model which is under in the Indian territory. But if it goes out, there is a big question mark and we will be not able to use that. So we started this around 2 years back to build the platform. If you look into the architecture over here, you can see from the infra point of view, we use our in-house GPUs, right? Again, the question will come to why we want to use the in-house GPUs. Because there are a lot of compute which is enabled by AWS. There are a lot of compute enabled by Google and the other big techs, right? The reason is the cost. So we cannot just like that use any of the compute for any of the application. And that's one of the major thing that you all have to be take care in the future as well when you will work for any of your system developing for an enterprise. Suppose you are running a system 24/7, right? And the system needs something like that, maybe a Llama 3.2, 7 billion model, or maybe your more bigger models, right? It needs a huge compute, right? In that cases, if you use any of the GPUs which are available, for example, A100s which are there from with AWS, the cost will be much more, right? Because the utility will be not that extent. I mean, probably the peak time will be something around morning 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock to evening maybe 9. But because it is a live system, because it is given to your customer, you have to make it live. So there has to be a trade-off done over there, that what type of systems you really want to use the GPU of any of the hyperscalers, for what kind of system you will probably like to use some of the utility or maybe your own on-premise GPUs which can be of lower cost. Then coming to the GenAI models, right? We use all sort of models which are there. I mean, starting from, as I told about the llamas, right? The llamas of the world, falcons, Whisper, BART. So all the models which are there in the open source stack, starting, probably provided by the frameworks like Hugging Face, like LangChain, etc. We use those frameworks and we build the system. Again, the question is that why not the best of the world? ChatGPT is there, right? Why not those? The answer remains the same. Okay. Till the time we are sure that the data is with us, no issue. The time that we feel that there can be a question mark where the customer, where we are dealing with the PII information, we try to use whatever is there available in open source, which is deployed in our own cloud. Okay. So then come the model inferencing. Now, suppose you are using a 70 billion parameter model. Okay. Do you really need that? Do you really need that to solve a smaller problem? Probably not. Then what do you do? But again, you cannot use probably for that particular use case, you will be not able to use a 8 billion model. What do you do? Probably we do quantization. Okay. There are frameworks around that. We use a lot of LoRa framework, which is your low rank adaptation. Okay. So there are a lot of stuff that you can do to probably use your, to optimize the compute, to optimize the model, to only work on that particular use case. The other two steps are again very important, especially the last but one, which is your GenAI governance, where again from the enterprise point of view, the data cannot go out. So we have a very robust information security system in place. Who looks into, we have a lot of tools around that, which looks into what type of responsible AI we can put over there, what are the biases that we can control, if there is any data drift happening, what type of framework we should have around that, right? And then we have, from the application side, we have the GenAI apps, which are developed to cater the different departments. Some of the apps are of horizontal category, which can be used across the organization. For example, a sort of chat framework, enterprise GPT. Whereas some of the things are very specific to solve or cater certain business problem, which are vertical specific, right? Which are your, I mean, maybe HR wants some sort of facility. Maybe HR wants to shortlist the resumes in a very shorter time span. Okay, for one position, suppose they are getting 1,000 CVs. Now they want to have a very reduced turnaround time within a day. They want to do it. With a manual effort, that takes a huge amount of effort, a huge amount of time. With GenAI, just a couple of minutes. It will give you the score, which are the highest probable CVs over there. Give it to the HR, they will do the remaining work. Okay. So the key innovations over here, I will not say innovations, I will say key features over here. The most important is the last one, strict data security protocol. So why I'm emphasizing more on the data security part is because when you will be developing any system or solution for an enterprise, you will see that this question will come every time. How secure is your CC system? Be it a regulated industry, be it a sort of maybe retail, be it again, healthcare is a very regulated industry. So unless and until that problem is solved, the adoption will be very difficult to achieve. We'll skip this one. So what is coming next? Okay. Now, currently, if you look into from the generative AI side, the maximum utilization or the maximum usage you will find in text. I mean, if you look into the audio also, the audio is converted into text and then you take a lot of action around that. In the last presentation, I was listening about the speech-to-speech. And that is actually something which is going to really come very soon, and it will have a very broader acceptance, right? Because it is solving your entire problem from end to end, right? So agentic AI, I explained around it, that how it is going to evolve, how it is going to do a transition in the entire enterprise space. Multimodal Gen AI, now also we have a lot of models, right? You have a lot of diffusion models which help in a lot of images creation, etc. But the problem for this at the current moment is, where is the use case, right? Any startups or any big techs, when they developed a sort of utility, the final aim is to sell that so that they get the adequate revenue out of that. The question comes, where is the use case? So the enterprises like us are thinking around that. We're trying to find it out, that what type of use case can be really solved with the help of the multi-modal. We are doing a lot of POCs with a lot of startups, and hopefully something will come soon. Tiny LLMs, AGI, both are not the same, but the purpose is the same, right? I mean, how to use your LLMs with the minimal compute, how to probably use that in your own mobile phone. So there are some examples over there. So suppose we just upload some of the documents, how that can be summarized and how that can be understood in your mobile phone itself without even touching the cloud. Okay. Then the last part is the Indic GPT, which is your GPT in the vernacular language. And this is going to, again, this will be a very big thing to do. Currently, all the GPTs that you see, obviously they have a lot of, you can translate from one language to another one, but the models are not yet ready from the LLM point of view to do the Indic GPT, right? So like enterprise like us, we support all the states, all the languages of India, okay? Now this type of facility, if it comes, our customer service will be more stronger, it will be more fruitful for the customers. Okay? So I will just conclude over here. I think I have crossed 30 minutes time. To conclude over here, this is something that is, when you do any sort of use case, when you solve any sort of use case, just be cognizant of 2-3 facts. First is that, what exactly is the trade-off between the compute and the LLMs that you are using? Same t-shirt cannot be applied for everything, Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing, that is that particular use case a proper revenue generating use case or not, is very much important. We need not use LLM for everything. The traditional AI will be still there, the RPS will be still there, ML will be still there, predictive analytics also will be still there, and the Excel-based computing also will be still there. So define the proper technology for the proper use case, but however, this is the future generative AI and agentic AI. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ayan sir. Do stick around. We'll just quickly ask our viewers if they have any questions. Any questions for Ayan sir here? Or we can move forward to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, extremely insightful, Ayan C. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Please put your hands together. Thank you. I think somebody was having a raise of hands. Yes, we'll have the mic to him quickly. Ayan sir, if you can take the stage for just 1 minute. It's okay, we'll give you this mic. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. One quick question, sir. Here. Yeah. So you were mentioning that you would guide the users, right, from the library of prompts on which LLM to use. Can you just elaborate a bit more on that, on how do you actually guide people to use which LLM?
Hello? Yeah, I'm audible, right? Yeah.
Audible. Yeah, you're audible. Yeah.
So it's more than guiding the end user to use which LLM. It is more on guiding the end user which prompt to use, right? What I mean over here is to have a proper, because see, nowadays, no, I mean, whatever we do, the fine-tuning of LLMs, that again will remain a sort of problem statement, because it again needs a lot of compute. So what is coming very strongly and what is going to be in the future is your prompt tuning, right? More you tune your prompt, you use the particular LLM in that particular way. So there is nothing right or wrong. For example, if you look into your Llama 3.2, which is the latest one, and if you take your Claude models from Anthropic, right, both the LLMs have the same power. The only thing is that for you, which one to use, which particular size of the model to use, right, which billion parameters that you want to use, for which use case, what type of prompting you have to do to get the proper output, that becomes the key.
Okay. Got you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else with any last questions?
Yes.
Yes, we have one person there.
Yeah. Hello, sir. So basically my question is regarding the data privacy thing, right? So we have a lot of legalities and fines if the data is given in public, right? So still enterprises are so much scared that giving it to ChatGPT and it will leak the data. So that is my, what's your view? What is the time when enterprises will be open to the world? That, okay, now you can use the data.
See, enterprises are open. Okay, enterprises are very adaptive. Because enterprises know if they don't adapt, they will perish. Right. Okay, it's not about enterprises not willing to use. It is about, it comes from both the side. If you look into the, I will give you one example. When we started our cloud journey, sometime around 2017, okay, at that time, we are the first life insurer to be a cloud, to host everything in cloud. Okay, at that point of time, AWS, they have majority. Before that, they have majority of their data centers in the Singapore region and in the US. Some in the Europe as well. But they also felt that the enterprise are getting restricted of not using cloud because it is not in the Indian territory. So they opened 2 data centers at that point of time. In the same way, for the ChatGPT or the OpenAI models, right? I'm very sure, I'm in touch with a lot of people who Google, etc. Very much sure they are also trying to bring the Geminis of the world, right, in the Indian territory. They're trying to host over here. But is that the only solution? Probably not. There are other solutions as well. Maybe they will do the inferencing only over here. The training of the model will be done in their own territory. They may launch a sort of inferencing model, a small model, which will need a far lesser compute in the Indian territory. Just our data will go over there, will do the inferencing and come back. Right? So there are a lot of options for that. So it's not about that enterprises are afraid, but enterprises are cautious. That because you look into the journey, the entire medical information is there. right? Your privacy, your bank statements are there. So it cannot be open. We have to take the proper regulatory control around that. And then regulators like RBI, regulators like IRDA, regulators like SEBI are working day and night to ensure that all the public informations are safe.
Got it. Sure.
Thank you. One last question we'll take from
Sure.
Sir before the next session. Let's have the mic to you.
Yeah.
If there was a startup which was starting out in this space and wanted to build something for life insurance as an industry and has a leeway of say 1 or 2 years, what would your suggestion be to that startup or to those bunch of people? What areas should they focus on so that they're able to cater to life insurance better?
See, I mean, there's a very big answer actually. Maybe we'll
maybe
discuss
that-
because
maybe
we work with a lot of startups, and I had the innovation part as well in HDFC Life. We have a lot of startup framework already. We run a program called Futurance, okay, where we invite all the startups to participate, and we take around the best 5 or 6 ideas, and we give them a chance to build the POCs and the pilot, and if everything is okay, when they go live. Now, you need to see the space which I think where the most important use cases are there is customer service.
Customer service.
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ayansi from HDFC Live. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen?
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ayan. Moving forward, our second last session, but as I told you, something that is extremely, extremely relevant. Architectural practices driving successful digital transformation. We are going to talk about how organizations can modernize legacy systems with domain-driven design, that is DDD. We will break down key strategies for digital transformation. And for that, let's welcome on stage Cluster Architect at Danske Bank, Pradeep Kumar Yadav. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Pradeep Kumar Yadav. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Welcome, Pradeep.
Thank you.
Stage is all yours, and so is this clicker.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, for my talk, Architectural Practices Driving Successful Digital Transformation. Improve your business with domain-driven design. The key takeaways from this session are understanding the fundamental of domain-driven design, the process, how to apply the domain-driven design in your organization effectively, and the essential tools which is going to use to implement DDD in your organizations. I'm the head of architecture in a Danske Bank, leading the digital transformation journey for our core banking systems. And I'm passionate about business-focused architecture for tomorrow, bridging technology and innovations. So Danske Bank is Denmark's largest bank, who operates in a Nordic area, and heavily invested into the digital transformation journey, where one of the primary toolbox, what we have is domain-driven design in this journey. And we are practicing DDD since last 5 years, and the processes are quite matured, and we started getting real value out of it. So I'll be sharing the journey, how it happened, and what are the key artifacts as an architect or as a developer you need to focus driving from business to the tech in this session. I also have a decades of experience in IoT and mentored a large number of professionals in IoT at IIT Madras. So feel free to connect me on LinkedIn, and if you have a questions, you can mail me later as well. Well, how many of you are familiar with domain-driven design? Okay, decent number. So good. By definition, it is a principle, practice, and patterns which is being used to basically, model a business in a software. So keeping the business into the prime phase, which drives the software to develop in a model. That is the main idea behind this. And the DDD is powered by ubiquitous language, which is term has been given by the Eric Evan, who is the inventor of DDD, when the Blue Book, which is famous Blue Book, has been launched in year 2003, and then that term has come out. But it's a shared language across the stakeholders. When in a business, when customer talks their needs, whatever vocabularies, grammars they use, the same terminologies and vocabularies advisor uses, and then same actually our business developers, our engineers are being used, and same goes into the code base. So that is the idea behind ubiquitous language. DDD operates in a two-level, strategic DDD and tactical DDD. So strategic DDD is basically where we mainly focus on, to understand the breadth and landscape of the domain, breadth of the domain. And after having that understanding into the board, we get into the cohesive functionality of the business together and basically create the subdomains and categorize them as a core domain, supporting subdomain, and generic subdomains. And that leads to basically whether to decide our stakeholders or leaders whether we have to go into the buy versus build. And I'll share more details into it. So at the strategic level, we have a landscape of the domain with us, and then the cohesive functionality together with the boundary around it, and that you can use to visualize your complexities in a very simple manner to the top stakeholders. And at the second level, it's a tactical DDD, where a lot of patterns and practices will come once you have a business in your board, then bring that business into your software. And that's where a lot of building blocks are there, aggregates, bounded context, entities, value object, to basically model your business into the software. So I'll drive and give you the key artifacts, how you can see the business and how slowly you can deep dive, zoom in up to your code base. But question is, why do we need the DDD? We all are, always, this is talking about the AI and everything is AI. But why do we need in enterprise DDD? Why can't we do everything as by an AI? Okay. So you can, this is a question, you can go back and think, but why do we need DDD in enterprise? So if you can see the picture below, is without DDD, the city has been grown, which cannot be maintained easily, cannot be extended, cannot be extended or scale, right? And with DDD, you can see, loosely coupled, well-planned city, loosely coupled systems where you can adapt the new business model. When AI started coming up, how you can scale with the AI features into our legacy code base, right? And easily scale them. So that maintainability DDD gives. So important idea of domain-driven design is your business should derive your software model, not other way around. But how to go about it? So how we have gone, and it is a standard practice we have followed. We start with the problem domain and invite all the stakeholders, coming from business stakeholders, domain architects, experts, our technical team, architects, product owner, and into the room, whether it is online or offline, and have a longer workshop on that. So, we practiced like 3 hours kind of workshop weekly, twice or thrice, and it is a series of workshop we we do for close to. It completely depends on the domain which we are discovering it. Close to 3 weeks, 4 weeks kind of, to get at least certain level to get into the solution mode. So basically what we do into the workshop is we start with the domain discovery collaboratively. And how do we capture them? Then definitely you need to have certain frameworks, tools applied, like our most used framework are event storming we use, which is my favorite as well. And you may use storytelling and Wardley mapping tools in this place. And then have the knowledge of entire breadth of the domain into the board. And then discuss and try to create a boundary around the cohesive functionality of the business into the boundary that will start it coming up as a subdomains or in solution mode bounded context. Then, once we have the breadth discovery achieved, then get with the smaller group of team members in-depth search, and that's where we apply the process modeling event storming and software design event storming to get into the details of the till the model, and categorize them, whether you will be having the core domain which reflects your business, or a supporting domain which basically supports your business, or a generic subdomains kind of Google map, right? As an example, if map is available, why we have to invent in our business, right? So here you can decide which one you have to build, buy, or basically outsource. Remember, in this exercise, the goal is to gain the knowledge and bridge the gap between business and technical team. The main principle of domain-driven design, as I mentioned, is ubiquitous language. If you see in a business, the customer talks the language, their needs, the grammar, whatever they used, the terms, whatever they used, exactly same is being transferred to the advisor, and same is being used by the business developer, and then it goes to the software engineers. And software engineers also practice the same into your functions, methods, or into the database and columns. The same language, same vocabulary is being used everywhere. So this practice is basically drastically improve your miscommunication and improve your productivity. So if you are applying DDD in your organization, make sure that all the stakeholders speak the same language within the context. But how to go with this process, right? What are the different steps involved in this? So there are a standard way, 8-step processes are there. Definitely, this is not a waterfall. One step gives the input to the other step, but it is an iterative process where at the alignment, business model and user needs has been defined, and that doesn't need a workshop. It is a short meetings with the stakeholders can be captured, and one of the tool we are using for this is business model canvas. And next we go to the collaborative discovery, where we use event storming or storytelling framework, where we discover the domain, entire domain, what are the problems, what are the opportunities we have to improve, and then categorize them. And then next step we go to the decompose, where we are creating the boundary on it. And here context map, bounded context and context map patterns, we are using it. And then connect them. So when you have in an enterprise, when you have a multiple subdomains defined, how you gonna share the data and capabilities with the different subdomains? So we have a standard patterns on this one of, so that we are using bounded context, context map patterns. So for an example, anti-corruption layer, open host services, shared kernel. So these are the patterns are being used to share the data from one bounded context to the another bounded context, right? And later it will come, you might be having the question, why not API event? So it will come later. But first level, how you're gonna share the data and capability from one team to other team, one domain to other domain in enterprise. That is important. And then strategize them with the, whether it is a core domain, supporting subdomain or generic subdomain, to decide whether I have to go for buy, build, or outsource. So here for categorization, we are using Wardley mapping to categorize. And then, strategize, and then categorize. In the categorization phase, we use the team topologies to assign the team for that particular bounded context to work on, right? And then it will come to the define. So some of the frameworks are there, like bounded context canvas, to define your and document your bounded context into it. What are the capability you are being exposed from that particular bounded context, and what are you are going to consume from other domains, whether it is an event, APIs, synchronous, asynchronous, or it is a query. So that definition will come. And then it will come to the code. So here we go to the solution mode. And using some of the framework like C4 model, we document it into the context, container, and component. And then it will basically, you need to design your code base in a such a way that it will give the layered architecture. So that's where we are using hexagonal architecture with the DDD. So that will come here. And remember that it is an iterative process. It's important because you go back again and change your business domain based on your learning. So it is not a waterfall methodology. One of the important tool in a enterprise system is, it is not a very standard one. I would say it is we have invented, and it is very helpful for our organization. And it is influenced from the bounded context and context map. So this gives us the interdependencies between the different domains. So when entire organization in a digital transformation journey, some of the domains are already in a legacy, some having different priorities to implement or modernize, and some of them already having certain capabilities available. So to have entire clear visualization to have the systems thinking, right? So this collaboration map is very useful. We have used. Might be when you try, might be it will be useful. You can have a look. All right. So architects and senior developers can connect with this slides very well. In an enterprise, if you see the architecture high-level process stages, they are mainly three, right? So business strategy alignment at a high level, business strategy alignment, where what you have a business model and current state, business model, future state, then value chain from current state to future state. But how actually you will document? It is, you cannot go ahead and in Confluence or some place you can document the way you want, right? So it will not be scalable or it will not be maintainable. So we are using business model canvas for the for current to future state, and Wardley mapping is very, very useful for value chain from current to future to capture. So some of the tools I'm giving with this slide, that which you can probably play around And I'm also sharing learning links on this. At target architecture design, in the target architecture design at the enterprise level also you can have a IT strategy, IT portfolio strategy, then domain architecture, platform architecture, technical architecture, and organizational architecture, right? So if you see, mainly we have a reach of one of this box somewhere, right? Alone we don't work on to all the places, but whenever you grow in your career, basically, so you will be having, if you have this toolbox with you, easily you can see the entire organization's, domain charts with you, and you can play around with the at the enterprise level. So in IT portfolio strategy, we are using core domain charts, domain architecture. We are using event storming, bounded context mapping patterns. Technical architecture, usually we write a component diagram, right? But we all know how inefficient it is. It is very difficult. After creating one component diagram, we have to write a lot of text around it. Otherwise, nobody will understand. I must suggest that if you start learning C4 model, which will be very, very helpful. I have introduced, it is not, it's a Simon Brown who have invented it, but I've started practicing and it is like really good, I would say. So it explains any workflow. If you run this, it will give you the context, container, and component way. No need to go and develop the code place into the architecture, but yeah, 3-layer is sufficient to go ahead and have. So likewise, a lot of patterns I have mentioned on this slide, and some of the links I'm sharing along with this, which will be helpful. So this is my end of slide, but along with this, what I'm going to share is some of the appendix, where you can try to visualize how exactly from business to your software, what are the key deliverables you can have as a leader or as an architect in your team. So some of the slides I'm sharing just to whoever is new in domain-driven design, you can go through these books. So the blue book is famous one, and then implementation perspective. Von Vernon's book is very good. You can play around this and mind map. So for a strategic, what are the important patterns are available? You can just have a look and create a mind map. And also, domain-driven design is not only for modernizing the legacy system. It's for greenfield project as well. Okay, and some information I'm sharing around what is actually a domain in this context, what is the subdomains. Go and have a read if you like. What is bounded context and how to document the bounded context to visualize as a whether event and all. So bounded context canvas, I'm sharing the link as well to read and practice. And when you have a multiple bounded context discovered, then how context map will look and what are the patterns are available to basically share the data from one bounded context to the another bounded context. When one system, one bounded context being at a upstream, another one is in downstream, how you gonna share the data, whether it is a partnership based, because two different teams are working for that, right? Or it is an anti-corruption layer, you will be sharing your model and other has to adapt in your model, or it's open host services, whether you send a request and they have to give their model and you work on top of that. So this is at the domain level, and based on that, you can decide whether I have to go ahead with which technology, asynchronous, synchronous, or so and so forth. How to visualize this? So for the domain level, you have seen you have a big picture and context map and bounded context with you, but how to visualize them as a software? Then we have a certain building blocks in the DDD, is aggregates, entities, value object, domain events. So with this, domain model is being created, right? And that domain model will be valid within that bounded context. And how the domain model may look like a entity diagram you might connect, but it is not entity diagram. Entity diagram is an dynamic design pattern where it is having attributes and just getter setter kind of stuff, right? And always, if you connect, when you write the software, you will be keep writing the business logic into the service layer, which is an anti pattern. With the DDD, it comes as a rich behavior where each entity aggregates will be having the business logic into it. Whatever business logic doesn't fit under the entities or value object, that will only go for the service layer. And hexagonal pattern, I think all of you are familiar with, must be familiar with. So how DDD are aligned with the hexagonal architecture? You can see business model, which is a domain model, being into the center. You have a very thin layer, services and repositories outside of it, right? On top of that. And then left side being as a interface layer and infrastructure layer to connect with your database or Kafka or event streaming platform, cloud, services, or whatever it may be. What is the idea behind is all the business logic, your business logic should go inside your domain model, right? And that's where all the capability, whatever this domain, this bounded context is capable enough to expose should come from your interface layer. So that it says, and along with this, how you can look your package in your source code, right? It may look like this. So one example I've given, which is I've taken from the Java, but yeah, you may create a similar in a different languages as well. So your API layer, which is an interface layer, within the API, your controller and controllers will come. And then you have a main domain layers. Within your domains or aggregates, entities, value object, your DTO classes will come inside of it. And then your infrastructure, where all the clients which is going to connect with, whether it is a database or any cloud services, all the clients communication will happen or basically organized within the infrastructure. Yeah. So as a, as a DDD evangelist or an architect, enterprise architect, what are the key deliverables you can see from the business stakeholders when you talk till your software? You can see in this. You have options like you can play to have a big picture understanding with a big picture use case modeling or event storming. It may look like this, right? Color coding are very important here to read out your processes and entire business into the board. And that we use MyRobot for online collaboration and documentation. You may use also if like entire team can collaborate within the physically within the room, you can have a big banner into the room and collaborate and have a colorful stickies and learn what a sticky means what in event storming and play around that. And then you can use that for understanding. And then once you have that big picture understanding, and then you have context map with you. So these are the subdomains we have and how we're gonna connect it. Then zoom in for one particular bounded context. Your document will look like this. And this is bounded context canvas document Nicktoon has developed. It is very, very useful in enterprises. It will say what are your inbound communication, whether it is an event being consumed from your domain, or it is a command or query, or what are the capabilities, or what are the communication outgoing it has, and what is the categorization of this bounded context. You can document and keep using. So architecture is also not like you can do architecture today and you can keep it. It is a keep architecting. So these are the frameworks will help you out to basically keep architecting. And then within the bounded context, this is the domain model, which is valid, and around this, your business logic, your software will be built. And then what are the capabilities are being, we use the resource modeling tool to basically showcase all the capabilities is being exposed from bounded context. And then we apply the contract first API design to basically first document it and then go ahead and implement. And C4 model, one of the example of C4 model I'm sharing, which will be very helpful in your solution design. And then last not least, early in your process, please include shift left FinOps culture, which will help you to cost-aware engineering decisions. This is very, very important. I'm sharing the document. Please go have a look on this. And I'm sharing all the frameworks, learning materials here. It might be helpful. So thank you. Have a happy learning. So if you have a question, you can, I have a 1 minute to answer, or you can scan and raise the question on. So I'm active on LinkedIn, so I can answer quickly.
No, Pradeep sir, we have a little more time than 1 minute.
Okay.
Anybody with any questions, please just raise a hand and we'll take those questions. Bro, do you have a question in black t-shirt? Are you waiting for the mic? Do you need the mic? Yes, do you have a question? Oh, camera person, sorry. Anybody with any questions, ladies and gentlemen, please go forward and ask before we move on to our next session. All right. Pradeep sir, thank you so much for that chat. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's the end of the day, not a huge crowd, but let's have a round of applause for Pradeep sir here, guys. Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for Pradeep sir, your time. Okay, guys, that brings us to our last session of the day. Before introducing our speaker, I would like to make you all listen to something. As I had said, that the conversations that I have had with this person while hosting the podcast were eye-opening, to say the absolute least. They were extremely, extremely eye-opening. TikTokization of mental health problems, where there are these videos of 10 steps to get rid of mental health problems. Is there any, how did the idea, the TikTokization of mental health problems, where there are these videos of 10 steps to get rid of mental health problems. Is there any logic behind that?
Did you do 10 things to get into depression to start with? No. So how do you expect 10 things to be done the other way around to get out of depression? We are quite literally training our mind to change context in every 30 seconds. So there is a dopamine urge that we are training our mind that I have to change the context in every 30 seconds and then claiming that I'm having ADHD. I'm like, really?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually from the podcast that I hosted with our next guest. We spoke loads, and one of the conversation pointers was how AI can benefit those who are in need for mental health help but cannot afford mental health help right now. Our next guest will talk about how LLMs will always hallucinate, but we have to make our way around it and make sure that they hallucinate less or they hallucinate in a way that is the least risky. I would like to call on stage our next guest, who is the co-founder of United We Care, founder and CTO at United We Care, and we'll be talking about how it is able to manage rather than illuminate hallucinations in the best way possible so that AI can then help people at a grassroots level, not just in the field of mental health, but in other fields as well. Please put your hands together for Saurav Banerjee. Can we have a round of applause for Saurav, ladies and gentlemen? Before leaving the stage to Saurabh, all I want to say is that he's a man who speaks his heart, wears his culture on his sleeve, which is so lovely to see, and has some really, really strong and hard-hitting opinions. And I cannot wait for his session. Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us. Stage is all yours.
Thank you. A correction. Hallucination is not a problem. Hallucination is the feature. So, hard-hitting statement to start with. We are trying to get rid of hallucination. Let's understand that hallucination per se in large language model is not a problem. And when I say this, I'm actually presenting a paper that I had written. The crux of the paper is always, it's not LLMs hallucinate. The crux of the paper is LLMs will always hallucinate. And next thing is, rather than making it gloomy, at times it will hallucinate that are right, So the basis of generation in large language model is hallucination. So I have one, poem on the first slide where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Tagore, when he wrote it, India was colonized. There was absolutely no hope of everything. So technically speaking, this poem even today feels like a hallucination, and Tagore could write this creatively because possibly he hallucinated. So the creativity per se is hallucination. It is not repeating the reality, right? So if we do not hallucinate, like if the systems don't hallucinate, they become repetitive, boring, and that's where I am starting my context. In case you are interested, this particular paper actually went viral. Like, normally papers don't go viral. I had put this paper in archive. In 3 days, I had like 2 million views on the paper. I mean, I don't know who reads academic papers. It's slight mathematical, so most of the proofs that I have used here are code mathematical, into the code mathematical foundation, and I'm going to talk about all of it. In case you have downloaded, I don't want to talk about me, it's like boring again. Now, hallucination, let us understand there are few ways which are, hallucinations that we are having problems with. So, while I said that it is the feature of language model to hallucinate, it is not the bug of the language model, but there are few cases hallucination can make massive problems for us. So let's address the problem statement first. It can throw up things which are factually incorrect. It can fabricate things that are not there. Third one is extremely important, needle in haystack problem. Like you have so many things to be found, and you just can't find the right thing from the set of lot of variables. And next one is misinterpretation, which is you ask for something and it delivers you completely something different. So as I said, hallucinations are features, not bugs. So there are two different types of hallucination that we found, and I will talk about the structural hallucination. This is what was invented by us, our team, that structurally the machines will hallucinate always. No matter how much you train, the structural hallucination will never go. So that is the structural hallucination I'll talk. Algorithmic hallucination, yes, we are working on that. Still, we need to understand structural hallucination so that we can mitigate it. My point is that it will not hallucinate, or it will hallucinate. My point is, given the fact that we cannot live without hallucination, how best can we mitigate that hallucination is my limited point out here. Algorithmic hallucination is something that is a limitation of the existing set of algorithm. It can be your order of computational complexity, or lack of data, and I'm going to give you an example wherein at times more data can lead to more hallucination. And I have that example for you as well. So it's not always about lesser data means more hallucination. So all those algorithmic part of hallucination is still there. But I will cover, or this particular talk will be more focused around the structural hallucination part of it. Now there are few claims. Training, intent classification, information retrieval, output generation, and post-generation fact checking. These all are, traditional mitigation strategies. I don't want to go deep because of the time constraint. I want to keep a lot of time for us to actually engage and discuss about things that we are going to talk. Next one. Now this is where things get complicated. Training. You cannot have a data set which is complete. So a training can never be complete. So first thing about hallucination is you cannot have a complete data set to train. You can say, okay, it can train everything, but yesterday I came to Bangalore, almost I was about to lose my flight. At least that data I know the traditional LLMs don't have with them. So a complete fact of the world is an utopia. And mathematically, it can be proven that there cannot be a data set that can contain all the facts. Okay, I'll not go to the mathematics. Let's do it logically. I'm just making up a fact and follow my sentence. It is a fact that there are facts beyond this fact database. If this is a fact, then it says that the database does not have all the facts. But if it is not a fact, means my fact database has something which is factually incorrect. So there are contradictory statements, and with those contradictions, we have to prove always, we always take those contradictions, right? So if mathematically we can prove that this can well be a fact, right? Suppose this is a fact, which is a part of my training data set, then this fact in itself tells them that my training data set is incomplete. I can never make it complete. That's the first thing. Second, intent classification, which is what I say, and we as human beings also, we do a lot of wrong classification. We talk, we misunderstand. The whole purview of misunderstanding in the human society is because we do not classify intent properly. We say something and we don't understand whether the other person who is sitting in front of us understood the same way we said this. So that is the problem with intent classification. So in intent classification, we have 2 world records. In SNLI dataset, so you can just check paper with code, the top 2 ranks algorithms are by us, not by the biggies like Google's and Meta's. My record in intent classification, I'm talking about specific SNLI, Stanford Natural Language Inference dataset. The record that I hold is 94.7% accuracy. That essentially means the data, the understanding over what user is saying is at least wrong to about 5.56%. Even we human beings, we make it wrong. Like we come out with an intent, say something, and the other person understands it completely wrong. So this is never 100% accurate. And here in the paper, if you download that paper, you can see that we have taken quite mathematical approach to prove that intent classification can never be 100% accurate. Next one. Information retrieval. That's where the needle in the haystack problem is there. So I have like 100 information, and I want to retrieve the right information. I can never be 100% sure that I have retrieved the right information out of the 100 information that I had to retrieve. So means, even if I have trained for the 100% data set, I cannot retrieve the right information with 100% accuracy. Next one, it's very, very interesting. output generation, and that's why chain of thought and a lot of things like that are coming into the picture right now. And models like DeepSeek is getting popular because in output generation, again, follow my sentence properly, there is no a priori knowledge on exactly what is going to be generated, which is before I generate, I do not know what am I going to generate. I get to know what I'm going to generate only after I have generated. And that's the reality of AI, Gen AI language models. Okay, I do not know beforehand that exactly this is what I am going to say or I am going to generate. And that is a problem because this is where I do not know what am I going to generate in between. There is a non-zero probability for me to generate things that are factually incorrect in between, right? Because if I do not know, I do not have control over it. I can give a lot of strategies to kind of pre-generate a lot of things, then generate in multiple stages. We can mitigate those strategies. But why those strategies are there to start with? Because there is absolutely no a priori knowledge. Point is, the lesser that we ask the language model to generate, the more is the probability of it hallucinating. Means, if I ask the answer in one word, it might hallucinate. But then if I ask it to show its own calculation, show its own reasoning, the probability of hallucination drastically goes down. So these all are strategies. We are talking probabilities. But deterministically, there is no way to make it 0%. That it will not generate something which is not right. Last one is post-generation fact-checking. I go to the first one, training. If we do not have a training data set which is complete, we also technically don't have a fact-checking database which is also complete. That's the final one. Also, whose generation has to be, fact-checking is also an LLM. Like it has to be an LLM to do the fact-checking, right? Fact-checking will also have information retrieval problem. It also has the intent classification problem. It also has the training problem. And that's why there is a non-zero probability that even if the output generation says this is right and fact-checker says this is right, we have no way to say which right is the right one. So in the whole way, there is a non-zero probability for us to generate things which are factually incorrect, hallucination. I say hallucination is the feature. We do hallucinate. That's why we are creative. We do not know what we are going to do. That's why we are unpredictable, and that makes us human beings. Let's not be very harsh on hallucination. Let's understand this is the structural issue of the language model. It's not issue, sorry. It's a structural feature of language model. And in that structural feature, the thing that we can do is, can we say a cardiologist will never make a mistake while doing a cardiac surgery? He or she might. A pilot may make a mistake while flying a plane. But it is sensible not to allow a cardiologist to fly the plane or not to allow a pilot to do the cardiac surgery. That is just being sensible. That does not mean they don't individually make mistakes. So what we do in this real human case, we have verticalized approach to create verticalized things, which is like, I don't want a language model to write poems like Tagore and then explain like Einstein and then, flirt with me at the end of the day. I don't need that. We need specialized language models. That's just more sensible. That's human being. That's us, right? So when we have specialized education, specialized qualification, the probability of that going wrong can be controlled to the extent of being acceptable. Things do go wrong. Let's understand that. There's nowhere in the earth wherein we can say things don't go wrong. So tomorrow, someone comes and tells you that my model does not hallucinate, at least you can reference this paper. It is mathematical. No one could actually mathematically reboot this paper. If you want, you can do that. But it is kind of foundation of mathematics we have used. So you can reference this paper. It is impossible to have a language model which will not hallucinate. But the point is, can we have a sensible approach towards GenAI, which is to allow a pilot, after a thorough pilot training, to fly the plane, or allow a cardiac surgeon, after a thorough training on cardiac surgery, to actually go ahead and perform the surgery, and not allow both of them to interchange their role at wish. I will go a bit into the mathematical part. I have already said it without actually going to the mathematics. This is called Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It actually took down the whole mathematics per se. Our understanding of mathematics that, if I add 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, and that was the proof that someone actually tried to do, not someone, best of the mathematicians at that time. So Principia Mathematica was about proving 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Turned out, we actually could not prove 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. I'm not getting into the mathematical rigor of it, but let's go to the statement. This statement is true and not provable. If this statement is true and not provable, then can I prove this statement? If I can, then this statement is false and provable. If I can't, then this statement is not provable, hence this statement is not true. Mathematics is not that consistent. What we were always taught about, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, or 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Okay, 1 plus 1 mostly is equal to 2 is the best answer that I can say, but I cannot definitively say that mathematics is complete. Same way, Gödel's incompleteness theorem is about that, incompleteness. And this, we have used the Gödel's incompleteness theorem to kind of get into the language model that they also are suffering from the same incompleteness, which is a part of the mathematical incompleteness. So there's nothing complete. Because there's nothing complete, there is a non-zero probability for anything to go wrong. Next one is halting problem. If you see, halting problem is, Turing's best work on computer science. So computer does not know when to stop or whether to stop or not. Change computer to language model does not know when to stop, whether to stop, how to stop, because a priori there is absolutely no knowledge. Till the time it has actually stopped, it does not know where to stop. So we are back to square one. So we have taken these things. So again, not going deep into that. It was not a problem with this example of needle in the haystack actual this thing. So I asked ChatGPT that Bollywood movies released between 1990 and 1999, and these all are none of them are structural. This can be solved. So it had given like Munna Bhai MBBS, but that was after 1999. So. And if you think about this way, it's a very easy SQL query, right? If I have to write the SQL query, it's just from Bollywood movies, from between this to that, and IMDb 8. I mean, your SQLs will never make it wrong. It's very easy to do that. But here, it did it wrong. Like, Dil wale dulhan le jayenge. I'm like, DDLG really? Kuch hota hai. Who is the doctor? I don't know. Finally, I asked how about ek doctor ki maut? It can verify it. So, not that it did not have the information with it, just that it could not do those structured queries the way we are comfortable doing it. So, yes, I mean, these are all the places things hallucinate, but before, after the DeepSeek, deep thought models, like, few things are solvable, okay? Now, this is a structural hallucination. It can never, no LLM can never solve it, so you cannot do that. So, just follow this command. It's a structural hallucination. Create a random 5-word sequence. Exactly 5 words before the end of your answer, add exactly 5 more words left. So basically, for every 5 words, I am adding 5 more words. Then that should add 10 more words. that should have fit 15 more words. So it has to start with infinitely more word left, infinite minus 5 more words left, infinite minus 10 more words left, like that it has to come. So it is a structural hallucination. No one can solve it. It's unsolvable, but somehow we did something with it. Okay. Now, I will do a real we'll take our discussion to something much deeper. This is my last slide, but I'll take my discussion to much deeper. Do you guys have ChatGPT in your phone? Can you do me a favor? I'm going to give you a prompt that you're going to see on the next page. And before the prompt appears, I'm going to make a prediction. What are you going to see as a generation? Because this will give us a lot of understanding on how data impacts hallucination. And I have never talked about that. And so this is the right time for me to talk about it. So you're going to see this prompt. You're going to write this prompt on ChatGPT. I'm giving you the answer, and I'm not giving one prediction. I'm making two predictions. Both of them will be correct. The time that you will see is going to be 10, 10, or 150. Number one prediction. Number two prediction is the numbers on your dial are going to be wrong. Now you write this prompt. Generate an image of an analog clock with a display time of 628. Write it down. My predictions, I had made two predictions, not one. Prediction number one is it is going to generate 10, 10, or 150, and numbers in the dial shown are going to be wrong. Generate an image of an analog clock with a display time of 628. Anyone generated ChatGPT? We are talking about AGI, general intelligence. I know this is like, a kindergarten level question. Could you generate? Anyone? Yes, no? 10, 10, great. And can you confirm if the number in the dial is wrong, 1, 2, 3, 4 to 12, it could not do it properly? Could it? Could it not? Huh? What is the time that it is showing? 10, 10. 10, 10, 150. Same dial structure. And the numbers in the dial, they're all screwed up. At least once. Correct? Great. Why did it happen? Exactly. Most of the images have the time 10, 10. So it does not know how to. Now 10, 10 is this angle. 628 is very close niche. It's like two angles, and my query was, you have to make it completely different. It just does not know how to do that, because it was trained on such a massive amount of data set, which is so biased towards 1010, that now if I ask 628 or 625, it just does not know how to do that. Point is, more data leads to this hallucination. It is not less data. More data of a particular type. So most of the times people ask me, like, should I train this? Should I train this? As a CTO or the founder of the company, my choice is what not to train with. It is not the other way around, what to train with. Because if I train with the same data set that my model already knows of, it is going to hallucinate more. Now, this gives us a question of the next round, which is, if we are able to solve it, I'll be scared either ways. You know what is the solution for this? Any guess? How can we solve this? ChatGPT could not. I'm pretty sure everyone in OpenAI, they know about this problem, but they are not able to solve it. How can we solve this problem? Sorry? Rephrasing the question, you can rephrase it in 100 ways. It is not going to generate. You scold ChatGPT right now. What are you doing? Have you done it correct? Even then it cannot. Point is, it has to then use a biased data set. It has to remove at their own convenience, make the data set more diverse by introducing a positive bias to correct a sentence. Now, because of hallucination, if we are allowing people to go for bias in the system, very soon we will ask uncomfortable question, whose bias is the right bias? I can keep on giving examples. Because if we do not give bias, only go by numbers and mathematics, as a society, we may not agree with those ideas which are mathematically right. Language models can potentially tell things, and this is not me who is telling, so I'll be supporting it with data, potentially tell things which are misogynist. Just that my data says so. Potentially say things which are racist because my data says so. Because as a society we are misogynist, so the data that we create are in misogynist in nature. Now, if we train on that data, it will be 10-10. Now, if we have to fix it, we have to induce our own bias. It is like online fact checking. Whose fact is the correct fact? The person who has produced the data, or the person who says that I am the authority of checking the facts. The conundrum starts right there. Conundrum does not start with the fact of lack of data availability. Conundrum starts with the availability of repetitive data, and some engineer somewhere like us working over that data in the name of positive bias, and we just do not know where does it end, because positive bias is needed. So when this problem gets solved, please understand there will be some positive bias being induced on the data set. That should not make you comfortable, that should make you equally uncomfortable, because then now we have bias in the data that we know of. And that's the only way to solve it. I have 3 minutes on my counter and I'm open for a question. Thank you so much. Questions, anyone?
Yeah, I have a question here. So currently also this is a bias problem in terms of the data you have trained, right? And then you're saying you have to induce a bias with some kind of variability in the, let's say, the images of this clock and all, right? Now, even if we train, are you saying that we have to train with so much data, with so much of variability that it's able to capture all the distribution of different time zones or different time things you're asking? Because let's say we train with 4 different images with 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and maybe some variation, right? But again, the completeness thing which you're talking about, the first slide, right? That data may never be complete, like when you're training. The same problem still exists, right? So will you be able to solve this?
No, I see the question is again, it's like cardiologist versus the pilot one. I have to be very honest in telling the cardiologist so that my probability of doing a mistake during a cardiac surgery is minimized. So I can fine tune the data, I can reduce the amount of repetition in the data to make it more accurate. While making this repetition, we have to be ethical. Now these all are big words. In inducing some positive bias in this data set, and then hope that it hallucinates less. Question is not whether it will hallucinate or not, that I have proven that it will always hallucinate. Question is, does it hallucinate 1 in 10 times? Does it hallucinate 1 in 100,000 times? Or does it hallucinate 1 in 100,000 times? Or does it hallucinate within the permissible limit of us as a human society for our machines to make mistakes? That's a question that we have to answer.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, here. So my question is, Okay, so by the way, like great presentation, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So, like right now we see LLMs as judges and LLMs as critiques coming up. So they take the input from an LLM, criticize them, and then feed it back. So based on whatever you have seen and whatever you have analyzed, does this increase the hallucination or does this decrease the hallucination? So, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, an LLM on top of LLM increase the probability of error or does it decrease the probability of an error?
Okay. Well, it depends again on use case. LLM as judges or LLMs as teachers or after DeepSeek thing, distillation, it depends on if we are trying to take a lesser parameter model and for a specific set of tasks, we are trying to improve the performance to a more capable model. It's a great thing. But the question is, someone had to do the larger model to start with, right? So it is going to be as reliable as the largest model is giving me the reliability. It can never cross it. So it is not, we are not giving the LLM a basic understanding to learn. I am making it mug up certain things that we think the larger model is doing right. Now, here there is variance both sides. The variance in the learning side, the variance in the larger models training side to start with. So I'm sorry, I'm done.
Okay, so you mean to say
You can finish your answers, Saurabh. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So you mean to say either it can be more accurate or it can be less accurate? It is not
Depends
predictable.
on the use case. If you use a very large parameter model, it might actually reduce your accuracy level. But if you use a lesser parametric model and you are trying to say something like, you are trying to make a mixture of experts, so every expert is a lesser parameter model, and those parameter model you are fine-tuning or giving data or training to do specific tasks better, you will find it easier. So see, one thing I wanted to, it's a very small Quora, but one thing I wanted all of you to understand is this is a time over that we talk about a horizontal model. Now let's talk about specific things. If we say DeepSeek is good, that statement does not make any sense for me. DeepSeek is good for mathematical problem solving. That's a good statement, that for a specific purpose, it does fairly good. So those, if you have a target of making specific improvement, it will, with a lesser parameter model. But then you take the input from a large parameter model, throw it to another large parameter model, you can get into something called catastrophic forgetting. That's a dangerous thing, which existing model knew. Because of your reinforcement learning, it is forgetting what it already knew of. And that's a bigger problem. So it depends on your use case.
Okay, thank you, Saurabh. Ma'am has another question. We have 1, 2, 3 more questions that we'll take.
Hi, thanks for the talk. It was really interesting.
Thank you.
I'll go through your paper later. I tested your prompt also on Perplexity AI, and it worked. It got it right.
Mm-hmm.
I can show you the output.
No, I agree. But okay, my point was not whether it is coming right or wrong. My point is, it is dangerous both ways. It came right because possibly they had induced positive bias in the data system.
Okay,
so
yeah.
My point is not to make what hallucinates and what does not. My point is to have a discussion on how hallucinations see, my first point was hallucination is a feature, but now hallucination that leads to errors, how they originate. Now, if we understand the story of origination, we also understand the story of doing it right. Question is, if we allow developers to induce biases in the data set, where will it end? So this not fixed is a problem. This fixed is also a problem, because then I know there was a positive bias being induced in the training data set.
Yeah. This is based on real-world data sets, which it's been trained on.
Then we pre-process before sending it, and in pre-processing, we do something as reduce or removing data with a lower amount of entropy, which is repetitive same data. But if we do that, we inherently induce bias in the system. Okay. So that was my question, and more on the ethical part of it. Should we allow biases? Because we say bias is bad. Now here we're going to solve this problem without inducing bias. So bias is good. But then if we allow bias, it's a rabbit hole discussion to start with.
Thanks for the question, ma'am. We have a question here from sir.
Yeah. So maybe can you explain this last part where you say inducing bias is also a danger part, which I'm not able to grab that piece. So
okay. So do you think a model with a bias is good model or bad model?
No, bad model. Yes, definitely.
My precise answer to that. I cannot solve this problem without having bias to my data set, without having bias to my models. Like I have to induce algorithmic bias, I have to induce data bias to solve this.
Okay. When you're fine-tuning.
So at times I induce bias to reduce error. So there is, in statistics, we always say bias variance trade-off. So if we increase the bias, the variance reduces. And this problem can only be solved by inducing the bias. Now we are advocating in favor of bias, suddenly.
Okay. Another question, since you have worked on your company, so how do you tackle, like definitely this is a problem and we know nobody wants it, right?
Yeah, so these all are very deep questions. I can take it offline. So yes, we do tackle a lot. We work on mental health domain, and we cannot aim to solve hallucination in people with a model which is hallucinating. So yes, our responsibility is very high and we take it on our shoulder.
Thank you so much. I think we had one last question. Yes? Is the mic with you? There was one more question that we had. All right. I have that question. No, Saurabh, I actually have a question,
sure.
which I have asked you before as well. You can keep the answer short and crisp, which is, as you said, hallucinations are real. They will keep happening. It's about tackling it better, handling it better. United We Care deals with mental health problems to make mental health help available to people who cannot afford 1,500 in an hour, 2,000 rupees in an hour. Say when an AI-generated mental health help expert hallucinates, and if it hallucinates pretty majorly, what are the repercussions that can happen on a person in a very vulnerable state at that point of time? And in what best manner can platforms like yours, which are doing such path-breaking work, ensure that the hallucinations happen in the least way possible?
Okay, thank you so much for this question. First of all, in our industry, I actually saw this answer by, I do not want to name that language model, but we test a lot. The language model said, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. A language model actually said this. Now, it was quite poetic, but do you understand what am I saying to a person who might have a suicide ideation? Suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. If someone is taking that very seriously, we are talking about blood in our hand, quite literally so. So my point is, no, this is not something that we should, as a society, allow. So there are 2-3 things, at least in our industry, which we should always imbibe with. First, if we are providing AI services in an industry which is a high-risk industry, we should always have human fallback option to the extent it's human in control, which is you have to have real clinicians on your platform. If I do not like the AI answer, I have a real option to talk to a real human clinician. That's the first thing, non-negotiable. Second thing, explainability says everything. So AI can screen for a mental health condition, should not be allowed to diagnose for the user straight away for the mental health condition. It cannot say that, hey, you have depression, because that statement essentially can take someone to a state of depression, that you are suffering from depression. So a minor change in the sentence, that you are having a high risk of having depression versus you are having depression, is the difference between screening versus diagnosis. So AI should not diagnose. Number 3, AI should not be a replacement of the human clinician. It should not give treatment, which is go take ABC antidepressant. No. So these all are the broader guardrails, which is on the product side. From technology side, the guardrails, they are massive. Massive amount of chain of thought. We actually worked with forest of thought basis, which is, tackle the problem from multiple ways. You do not need to give the answer in real-time basis, so long as your answer is accurate. Ensure you cite, provide all the citations, and then do not have a language model which is horizontal. It is a verticalized language model which is specific to do a specific task. We do not aspire as a mental health company, our language model to flirt with you. No. We want a language model to be good at one thing. My previous argument, which is a pilot to fly the plane and a cardiologist to do the surgery. So we have chosen to be a mental health special language model. Let us just focus on it, not focus on everything in the midway.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a bit of a shame that the session started at post 5 p.m. If it was somewhere in the first half, I'm dead sure it would have been a full crowd and would have been an incredibly great reaction as well, because it was a great session. Can we have a huge round of applause to Saurav, ladies and gentlemen? Saurav, thank you so much. You all at United We Care are doing some really, really path-breaking and very important work. Keep up at it. Thank you so much, Saurav. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap on day 2. Arey, sun lo yaar, itni kya jaldi hai? Sun lo yaar, 10 seconds ruk jao. I'll speak it in English as well, because Hindi is not welcome, so I'm just kidding. Okay, guys, you guys have been an absolutely amazing audience. Thank you so much. That's a wrap on day 2 of MLDS 2025. Day 3 will be even better. I promise you guys that. There are even more insightful sessions. There is Code Craze, which will be even more fun, because 2 people will be competing at the same time. And there will be Kumar Varun, one of the funniest people, famous from AI, famous from AIB, famous from TVF. Kumar Varun will be here as the final finishing act of MLDS. 1 hour of absolute comedy. And there is something that we have discussed with Kumar, that each time he mentions Bangalore traffic to get out laughs, there'll be some money deducted from his payment. So he has to move around that and crack the jokes. I'm kidding. There will be quite a few Bangalore traffic jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Korak Roy. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I will see you all tomorrow at day 3 of MLDS 2025. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Signing off.